What's going on, y'all? Hope everybody's tapped in. Hope everybody had a good day. Hope everybody had a good day at work. If you're just going to work, I appreciate you tapping in, bro. I know a lot of people are about to talk about what I just talked about. So if you're just tapping in right now, I appreciate you spending your time with me, man. I much appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get him in my Method Man voice. Shout out to Marvin Lewis in the chat, y'all. Shout out to Marvin Lewis in the chat, and shout out to Mister MNR M9R. My apologies. Shout out to the Heartbreak Kid in the building, man. Shout out to Martin in the building, man. Martin Nene, 81. Mrs. 81, what's up in the building, man? Everybody getting in here, bro. We about to talk about it, bro. I hear this transcript is crazy. And we about to get into it, y'all. Make sure y'all get the likes up, bro. Man, I just ate, bro, so I feel like bloated, so hold on. I had to get some water. I have to drink this energy drink. Ugh. I appreciate everybody that's tapping in. We got to work extra overtime on this one because the narratives that they're trying to paint are always inaccurate, are always incorrect. And this time when we're tapping in, bro, we're going to go ahead and read what led us to what we've just recently found out from before. Because whatever transcripts that we read today have been released as of June 30th. Everything that we read is from June. So this is basically what transpired and adds more context to what happened moving forward. When we see him talk about Kendrick Lamar, the allegations, as well as mentioning his children with Day Free, this is what came up into that point. This is the reason why we're where we're at now. I appreciate everybody in the building. Shout out Sid Kid. Shout out Renegade in the building. Everybody that's in here, man. Hey, bro, we about to go crazy. We might even look up what's going on, what's running through Drake's lawyer's head when they were having this discourse in the courtroom. Because I'm gonna say, bro, I feel like the judge was cooking them, bro. The judge was cooking them, y'all. Getting them bad, getting them cooked. Stir fry, bro. Barbecue chicken. He was getting baked severely. The judge was cooking Drake's lawyer so bad, bro. So bad. It was almost laughable. Almost laughable. Actually, it kind of was funny. Hold on. So we're going to bring that up. We're going to bring all of this up right now. Make sure everybody hits the like button on their way in here, man. It's a lot of reading, but I'm only going to read the important parts, to be quite honest with you. I don't have time to go over shit that shouldn't be necessary. Just the really good parts, the really good ones. Right? And then we're going to talk about the propaganda that you've been seeing on Twitter. Emails, misspelling of the name Rihanna. We're going to get into all of that, man. But make sure you get the likes up, bro. Random emails from companies that don't exist. random emails from people that don't exist, from companies that don't exist. Hey, bro. Everybody type Rihanna in the chat, y'all. Hey, man. Hey, man. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. We just fighting the good fight, bro. We just fighting the good fight, man. We don't mean any harm. Not to anybody, not like that, man. So let's get into it, man. We're gonna read the transcript first, and then we'll talk about the smear campaign that is coming together with all of this nonsense, right? Because that's really what it's been at this point, just smear campaign after smear campaign while we're getting ready to read this transcript, while we're getting ready to indulge in this information. Hold on, so let me put this up right here. So, okay, here we go. I'm trying to enlarge this, right? Make sure y'all get the likes up, y'all. So as you can see, the date is going to be for this was released. Hold on, let me see. Because from my understanding, this was for June 30th. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Make sure y'all get the likes up, y'all. So I'm gonna skip all the boring stuff. I know everybody knows a good majority of what was said. I've read a couple things online on Twitter, so I know there's some things that we could address right away, but let's just see how the conversation had started, right? Because after this, we're going to talk about how how the internet, and if somebody had sent some weird emails right after this, right? So Mr. Gottlieb, if you don't know, man, Mr. Gottlieb is Drake's lawyer. Drake's lawyer who has been talking to the judge and going back and forth with the judge, and this is him speaking to her at this time. Judge Vargas is actually the woman that is the judge for this. And he said, "Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mike Gottlieb from Wilkie Farr Gallagher. On behalf of plaintiff, with me at counsel table are Brady Sullivan and Annie Godfrey. Mr. Ransom, good afternoon, Your Honor. Roland Ransom from Sidley, Austin, on behalf of defendant UMG, and with me today from Sidley are Nicholas Crowell, Caitlin Everson, and James Horner. The court, good afternoon, everyone. We are here today to hear oral argument on defendant UMG's recordings. Motion to dismiss the complaint filed by Aubrey Graham, popularly known as Drakesha. So let me outline how I'd like to proceed this afternoon. Since this is UMG's motion, they are going to argue first, and then I'll hear from the plaintiff's counsel, and then I'll allow UMG to have a rebuttal. For the sake of the court reporter, I would appreciate if counsel would speak at the podium today. Okay, so we going in. I do want to let everyone know that I have reviewed the amended complaint. Now, this is important because remember, when she told Drake and the lawyers to amend his complaint, she made sure that he went back and made everything that was crossed out and everything that was fixed and amended to make sure that it was in red ink. So that way she could be aware of what they changed and what they took out. Now, this is going to be very important because when they start talking about arguments, she's going to point out what they took out. The documents that were the subject of the request for the judicial notice and the parties' memorandum of law. So you should assume in your arguments my familiarity with those materials and the arguments of the parties to preview for my specific concerns and what it would be most helpful for the court for you to focus on. There are few issues that I would predominantly like to hear from the counsel on today. So she wants to hear specific, she wants talking points. She has talking points in mind. The first of those is whether or not I can make a legal determination at this stage in the proceedings as to whether or not the statements challenged as defamatory in Kendrick Lamar's lyrics are fact or opinion. Now, this is the concept, and this is why I feel like the context of what this happened in this oral argument has a lot to do with the request that they're making now. I feel like, and the requests are ridiculous, right? But I feel like this conversation is what led to that point, at least how it feels, right? Second, if it's appropriate for me to resolve that on a motion to dismiss, whether and to what extent I should consider the documents submitted by defendants in their request for judicial notice and making that determination. And finally, applying the New York Steinleber factors are the challenge statements fact or opinion within the meaning of New York defamation law and New York State Constitution. With the preview of the court's particular concerns, counsel, you may proceed. All right, so we're going to hear from UMG's lawyer, Raw. Make sure y'all get the likes up when you come in. I appreciate everybody that's tapped in. I haven't read this in its entirety. I've only seen a few pages being shared online. So make sure that y'all get the likes up when you come in. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. If you'd like to donate to the channel, super chats are off. Cash apps at the top right corner of the video, as well as pinned to the comment section. So UMG's lawyer, he says, Mr. Ransom says, thank you very much, Your Honor, and thank you for the guidance, which is helpful. I will focus on my comments on Drake's defamation. Okay, so let's get into it. Although I would like to address the other two claims as well, and I'll focus on our primary argument, which is also the subject of the court's question, which is that the statements at issue constitute non-actionable opinion rather than statements of facts, and to frame it, including in light of the court's questions. I want to start with the critical observation, which is that under binding New York law, that issue, the fact versus opinion issue, is a question of law solely for the court. It is solely for the court to decide as an issue of law. And let me just stop right here, because that goes to the narratives that we see on Twitter from all the narratives. Because remember, in Drake's request that we saw yesterday or the day before, when we saw all of those crazy requests that Drake made, a lot of those requests were narratives that we had talked about that we found on Twitter. And this is a really important part to state. The court decides as an issue of the law, not the smear campaigns that we're seeing, not people trying to talk about emails that they found from people, not allegations, not nothing, speculation, whatever from the internet. All of that is put to rest when it comes to the court deciding what the issue actually is. Everything out of the court is not necessary, but just talk and hearsay until it's proven here, and which we believe makes it particularly suitable for a determination on a motion to dismiss. And we see, and I will address a number of cases dismissing claims on this basis. And it is amazing to me that once in Drake's 27-page brief, does Drake acknowledge that this is, in fact, an issue of law for the court rather than a factual issue to be determined by the judge. Now, the judge responds, well, let me stop you right there, because you are correct that there are a number of cases where courts have decided this on the motion to dismiss. The New York Court of Appeals in Bryan in one such case, but then subsequently following Bryan, New York Court of Appeals had Davis versus Boehm, which was in context of a motion to dismiss and relied quite heavily on the other procedural posture of the case and finding or holding that the standard that applied at a motion to dismiss stage was whether or not the communications taken in their ordinary meaning and context are susceptible to defamatory connotation, and suggested that if they were and if they could be taken such a light, then the motion to dismiss should not be granted and discovery should proceed, which strikes me as being somewhat in tension with the court's prior decision in Bryan, which, as you have observed in your brief, did permit a motion dismissed because of objective standard. It's a reasonable listener standard, a question of law, and apply to someone different articulation. So this is her talking to UMG's lawyers in regards to the motion to dismiss. So let's see. She says, reasonable listener understood that the alleged, okay, so a question of law and applied somewhat different articulation of test as to would be the reasonable listener had understood that the allegedly defamatory comment as opinion versus fact. And this was something that I said in the last video. UMG has been trying to tell everybody in the court that this was just an opinionated sport. This was all just hyperbole, and this was all just part of rap beef. They're trying to prove, how does the average listener listen to the song and convey it as fact or opinion? Who is the average listener? That's the crazy part. Is like, how can we determine the average casual listener to a hip hop fan? And even at that, how would we be able to determine if one knew what was talked about and the other knew what was talked about to be proven fact or opinion? How would they know? It's just, there's just so many people to take account for. Who is the regular listener? Is it the casual fan that listens on the radio? Or is it just the people that are watching the live, listening to the documents? I mean, you tell me. So I would like to address the tension between those two cases. How do I reconcile them when I have to apply New York law? Now, UMG's lawyer responds, of course, Your Honor, two things about Davis and Boehm. The first, including the way the court characterized it. The issue of whether the particular statement is susceptible to a defamatory connotation is a distinct element of the defamation claim from the question whether it was fact or opinion. So this is UMG's lawyer trying to break down what is what. And I recognize that on that issue, whether a statement is susceptible to defamatory connotation, there are cases that suggest that where there's a dispute as to whether statements could have been defamatory connotation or not, might go to the jury. That is treated distinctly from the fact versus opinion. And in fact, we see that distinction of Godford in the case that Drake primarily relies upon and which, as we have pointed out in our reply, they misapprehend to this point, because the court considers separately and distinctly the question of defamatory connotation on the other hand, and fact versus opinion on the other. And as to the fact versus opinion, the court expressly notes that this is a pure question of law. The second observation, and then the judge cuts them from there, that is true. But I do want to press back on your reading of Davis. So, and this is what I got to make from what I've just read. The judge is being fair. The judge is questioning UMG's lawyers. She's asking the right questions, because this is all in regards to referring to a case that referred to motion to dismiss. So she is being fair. She is talking to UMG's lawyers about what they want, and they're going back and forth here. So let's get to the point where she talks to Gottlieb. And let me just let you know that the judge is going to be unbiased. She's going to hear both sides of the argument. She's going to hear what they have to say in regards to this case that they're referring to. And it looks like they talked about it for a good minute. So let's go. So we know that they're going to refer a case to help with their motion to dismiss request. So let's see. Whatever across the line from opinion into fact. Okay, so let's just read right here what he says. Your Honor, the cases that say forum is not dispositive. I don't dispute the proposition as a general proposition. It's typically raised in the context, for example, of an op page or a letter to the editor, where the context would tend to suggest one of opinion, but the courts say it's not dispositive. And I suppose in those circumstances that it's theoretically possible that the nature of the communication, even in what is otherwise thought to be an advocacy piece with heated rhetoric, may supporting a finding of fact versus opinion. Whether a diss track in a rap battle could ever cross the line from opinion into fact is an interesting question. I would submit that the nature of the art is that it is at most highly unlikely, and may categorically be the case that it doesn't. But what we're dealing with are the facts in the case here. And what we can see and what we can look at on the facts here is that the nature of the lyrics convey the sort of rhetorical hyperbole, over the top trash talking extremists, that using the language of the Court of Appeal in New York and federal courts applying it here in the Southern District of New York, and clear, and we submit dispositive indicia of rhetorical hyperbole and opinion rather than fact. And you can see that more pointedly in cases that are closer to this than those that offer the reservation about the forum in which the statement is made. So in Hobbs, and then they refer another case. Let's see. So let's go. So let's see. And this is when they talk about Rappaport again. That's when they had mentioned it previously about when Rappaport had sued Barstool Sports, and they had said that it was for defamation, and then they had said that it was just hyperbole. So this is them referring to another case. And then the judge responds again, let me press you on this. The context here is that the rap diss battle, and we're here on a motion to dismiss. When I'm considering that context, I don't need to know more about whether the ordinary listener of, and maybe there's a question as to who the ordinary listener is. Is it someone who doesn't follow rap music and is just hearing it on the radio? This is exactly what I said, bro. I just said this like a few minutes ago. Is it that, man, this judge is asking the right questions, bro. Asking the right questions. And you know what? It's fair. Fair game. I understand it. She got to grill them both. But really, it's not really grilling. She's just asking the same questions that we are. And that's the crazy part, right? Is it someone who's actually immersed in the community like we are? She's talking about us. And that type of music and has that background. Those are the questions that we could all discuss. But with respect to the context on the motion to dismiss, how can I say that the ordinary listener would comparing this now to the shock jobs say shocking things? How do I, sitting here as a judge, know that the ordinary listener of a rap diss track would also have the same underlining assumptions? That's what everybody's been saying. How would we know if these things are true or not just as a listener? You know, and the thing is that most of the majority of people who were following along knew that this was just a rap battle. So the whole point is, if you want to ask someone who's a casual person, Like like if your mom doesn't really listen to rap and you ask her, like, have you heard the rap battle? And she says, yeah. I don't think that a casual listener that just listens to it on the radio would think that Drake is that for real, because they don't know as much as we do. You know, they don't know as much as somebody who's immersed in this shit. Like, we are consuming music, hip hop every single day. You know, we love rap music, hip hop music, you know, all of that. So we know that this is just a rap battle. But a casual listener should also know that as well. I don't think they should have an issue understanding that. Like, if somebody heard this song about Not Like Us and they're not a fan of rap music, they would even tell you that this was just a rap battle. They have enough knowledge about what's going on in the past year to tell you that this was just a rap battle. There's no way that they would be able to tell you that they didn't think that this was true. You know what I'm saying? Get the likes up, y'all. Isn't it true, for example, that sometimes accusations are made up in rap battles that are true and turn out to be true? That's crazy. And maybe listeners have that understanding. And sitting here as a matter of law, can I say that they would, and can I say that they would not? Do I need to have more discovery, potentially experts, potentially more context for this particular rap battle, or rap battles writ large before I can make a judgment as a matter of law? So she wants to study rap battles for a living. The judge wants to study rap battles for a living. That's crazy. There's no suggestions in any other cases that this is a subject, for example, expert testimony, otherwise, what the court is required to do under the standard as articulated in both the New York State and federal cases is to look at the material before it and reach the determination based on its evaluation on the statements and the surrounding context. And we can again look to an example, and then they refer another case. When they refer something, bro, I'm just going to skip it, because then we have to go into the context of those cases when they're just referring it for this one. And then the judge responds, but if the broader context, which is what we're talking about, is perhaps a specialized world, then perhaps the court does need more information than is in the four corners of the complaint. And even in the request for judicial notice, to understand that context and correctly apply the legal test, do I have enough facts about the broader context to come to a decision about what a reasonable listener would conclude, whether or not the statements made in the song are to be taken as fact or opinion? So she wants to study rap battles, bro. She wants to study rap battles. And by all means, bro, she's just looking for more context. She wants more context to the situation. Context that's provided. You do have additional information, certainly in the form of this amicus brief that was provided in support of our motion, but also from the complaint itself. Now, if you guys remember the amicus brief that we had talked about previously on this channel, it was a group of scholars, a group of educators that had gave the court information about how rap battles, they basically gave a history of how rap battles work. They referred other rap battles in the past. They were people that were professionals who were explaining how rap battles work, and they entered the court via amicus brief to explain how this wasn't something to be, and it was all to protect the First Amendment as well. When the people that came in with the amicus brief, they were educating the court about rap battles because they were saying that this was just hyperbole and sport and opinionated and all that, right? But really their primary concern was that Drake was going to try to sue over the First Amendment. And that was the problem, is that we can't have someone try to interfere with our rights. And that's why the people from the amicus brief had stepped in so hard the way that they did. So that's who she's talking about. And what is interesting and notable in this case is that the complaint not only includes the allegations, but it cites and references the fact of the rap battle, articles describing the rap battle, articles describing the context of the rap battle, and the history between these particular artists, including rumors, innuendos, and controversies that have surrounded Drake with respect to his relations with underage women for an extended period of time. The context is provided there. There's no suggestion in the case of law that the court needs to limit itself to a particular type of individual, a particular type of listener, or what every listener has perfect knowledge of all the information surrounding it. That would turn an objective test into a subjective test that's dependent on individual particular listeners with very specific information, and none of the cases suggest that this is required. In fact, all of the case that talks about this issue posit the information is generally available and considers with that information that is available, what would the objective listener reasonably understand? And on the question of that, the court may consider and evaluate again. We look at terrain in particular. Here's a case where the speaker made a statement and the plaintiff disputed whether the court, and okay, so they're going to refer another case. All right, so let's just skip that part. Let's just skip the part where they go here. Okay, so this is where they talk about tailor-made. So this is when they talk about tailor-made. And this is the point that I'm hearing is really driving people like crazy, is that tailor-made freestyle is something that is really grabbing the judge's attention here. So let's just see what they said here. As noted above, in determining whether a statement is actionable, the court should look to the overall context in which the assertions were made and determine on that basis whether the reasonable listener would have believed that challenge statement were conveying facts about libeled plaintiff. Terrain himself introduced this context. His complaint, nothing that he was engaged in a war of words with the rival disc jockey. That's exactly what we have here. Drake's complaint identifies the rap beef, identifies the number of the tracks in the rap beef, and then cites countless articles describing and discussing the rap beef and all of its context. And all of this is properly before the court and may properly be considered by the court in connection with the motion to dismiss. And I think what's critical is that it includes, for example, Drake's own statement in Tailor-Made Freestyle, in which he specifically said and prompted to Kendrick Lamar, referring to himself in the third person, talk about him liking young girls. That's a gift from me. So this is Tupac in the AI voice in Tailor-Made Freestyle saying this, but we know that this is Drake creating a song and telling Kendrick Lamar to say these allegations about him willingly. Drake invited these things to happen. And what's crazy is that when we talked about this on the channel, before we even knew all of this was taking place, the one thing that we said, and I said as well, was that why don't they just talk about Tailor-Made Freestyle? Why don't they just bring up the fact that Drake was the one that told Kendrick to talk about it in the first place? Nobody told Kendrick anything. The only person that gave him that insight to talk about how he likes young girls was Drake himself. Nobody else, bro. And I can't believe that we're moving forward and we're reading transcripts that is saying the same exact thing that we had talked about months ago. Why don't they just talk about Tailor-Made Freestyle and him bringing it up himself? So when Kendrick Lamar then raps, "Hey Drake, I hear you like them young. You better not." You guys always got to sing the part after it. There's no secret or surprise or mystery of the context in which that statement is made. Again, these lyrics, this context is all properly before the court, including because of the way the complaint is pled and abundant references not only to the lyrics themselves and the beef itself, but also to articles that provide the context to the court that allows it to make the determination that it needs to make. I'd like to briefly address what seems to be the primary argument that was raised by Drake, although I think not necessarily specifically raised by the court, but in the event there's a question. There is heavy reliance on online statements. That's what I've been fucking saying this whole time. That's what I've been saying this whole time, bro. There is heavy reliance on online statements, bro, made after Not Like Us came out. And what's crazy, because this is June 30th when they had this argument, but what's crazy is that now that they have all of their requests sent out there that we just read 2 days ago, most of those statements, most of those requests are shit that was made up after the battle that is online, on Twitter, on the internet right now. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, the lawyers aren't dumb. They see exactly what we see. They see it. They see it. I synced it. Hold on. Get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up, man. Shout out everybody in the chat, y'all. Y'all like to donate to the channel, Cash App, top right corner of the video. Super chats are disabled at this time. Cash App, only way to donate. I will read it on the Cash App with the message. I appreciate everybody that tapped in. If not, you could just leave a like. That's more appreciated than we know. Which Drake says suggests that members of the public believe that these were statements of fact rather than opinion. And this argument is wrong for so many reasons. It misstates the standard because, again, you don't look at the subjective views of individuals. It is an objective test based upon the reasonable listener. So it doesn't matter what 10 or 20 or 40 or 60 people say, because that just reflects subjective views. It's all just opinionated sports and people giving their opinion on opinions. That's what I'm saying. And that's even before you get to the substance of the reviews, which themselves reflect the rhetorical hyperbole, not to mention emojis. They brought up emojis in court. They brought up the emojis in court, bruh. They brought up emojis in court, bruh. They brought up the emoji, and now they're saying Lucian and Grainge responded. We're going to get into that soon. Get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up. Hit the like button, man. Oh. Look right here. Which themselves reflect this rhetorical hyperbole, not to mention emojis and misspellings. Misspelling sounds very familiar. Rihanna. How do we not know how to spell Rihanna? How do we not know how to spell Rihanna? Not to mention emojis and misspelling. Hold on. Let's get back to it. Not to mention emojis and misspelling. You see that? Get back to it, man. Profanity and even racism and anti-Semitic remarks. Nothing of that informs the objective standard that the court is to apply. Second, it ignores the fact that the exact same argument was raised and rejected in Rappaport's lawsuit directly at the district court, where evidence was submitted of all of these statements of people before the diss track was released by Barstool. And this is going back to referencing this. Let's just keep going down. And the court rejected that argument, and the Second Circuit affirmed. And it ignores Drake's own statement. Which we've attached to Exhibit A, to the request for judicial notice about the pernicious danger of relying on statements in rap tracks and rap lyrics as truth, as evidence of truth, as statements of fact about the chilling impact on this art form and the chilling impact on artists. And I don't think that it can be overlooked. Drake himself took the position that you shouldn't do exactly what he's asking you to do right now. He was right then, and he is wrong now. Woo! And I think I've heard them say that shit before. He was right then, and he is wrong now. It's like they're just, letting them know, bro. We've already talked about this before. Finally, on defamation, Drake has also argued that his somehow mixed opinion, suggesting that somehow Kendrick Lamar is uniquely a private privy to undisclosed facts about Drake's actual proclivities. I think just to say it refutes it. But again, Drake himself goaded Kendrick with talk about him liking young girls. That's a gift from me. And Kendrick says, hey, I hear you like them young, and goes from there to Not Like Us. No suggestion of some hidden secret information, but in any event, this is also an issue of law for the court. The judge finally responds. But there are lyrics that tend to suggest, as plaintiff points out, that there is information that Mr. Lamar is privy to. The reference to the rabbit holes and other truths. Damn, the judge just talked about rabbit holes. This shit is crazy. The reference to the rabbit holes and other truths that he can tell that one potentially could read as suggesting that either his statements regarding Drake are based on undisclosed information, or that potentially there are other secrets that he has not revealed. There are some ambiguity there, but on motion to dismiss, I have to read the ambiguity potentially in favor of the plaintiff. And again, the case law makes clear that this is also an issue of law for the court, and that the court is to consider context in that specific circumstance as well. We see the Cooper versus Templeton and the Steinberg itself, where the court says, in evaluating this question of whether there are undisclosed facts, the court must consider the context. And so, for example, in Woodbridge, the court says, although some of the statements are based on undisclosed unfavorable facts known to the writer, the disgruntled tone and anonymous posting, among other things, point to opinion, and ultimately concludes opinion rather than fact. We also see some of the terrain, which, although it suggested some unknown facts, the court said, look, I look at the context as a whole, and this heated public statement tells me that notwithstanding this trash talking, including about putative and undisclosed facts, ultimately is one of opinion. So yes, when Kendrick refers to the rabbit hole, that is part of the rhetorical hyperbole throughout Not Like Us. The rabbit hole gets deep. We could go further, I promise. But let me just tell you right now, UMG's lawyers are saying that also as rhetorical hyperbole. And it's like I said, bro, Drake is still their artist. They are not going to try to throw Drake under the bus by trying to say what Kendrick said is facts. Now, we could believe what we believe. We could see what we see on the internet. But the way right now that UMG was running at this time, on June 30th, they were still trying to hold Kendrick's lyrics, all of his lyrics, as rhetorical hyperbole. It's the same way when Drake threatens that Kendrick's darkest secrets are coming to light. That was a lyric from Family Matters. Or that Drake dug up bones in an excavation. That context is part of the nature of the rap battle, and we see that in the amicus brief as well. Shout out to the people from the amicus brief, the educators, the scholars, because they're the ones that had to educate the court about the rap battle, bruh. Somebody had to do it. It does not save Drake's claim here. Let me challenge you on the specific lyric. This is what the judge says. From Not Like Us, and that's the certified lover boy certified PDF file, it does suggest particularly the use of the word certified again. An ambiguous term, but paired as it is with certified PDF file, it could give the listener, a reasonable listener, the impression that in some way there's been some determination that in some unspecified official way that Drake is a PDF file. What is your response to that argument? Ooh, it's getting good now. So two things about that. Woo! I'm gonna hit you with two. I'm gonna give you two answers. First is I think it's critical in considering that particular passage to pair it to what precedes it, which the court quoted: certified lover boy ? Certified PDFs, referring to Drake and his crew. The certified lover boy name is Drake. That's Drake's album. And so it clearly and deliberately a play on those words. And any more than the certification of lover boy status has a meaning. The reference to certified PDF file is more of the rhetorical hyperbole that we see in the precise context. It also can't. Judge responds, cuts him off. This does bring me back a little bit to my prior question, though, which is, who is the ordinary listener? Is it someone who's going to catch all of those references and all of these nuances between these two artists and the community writ large, so that they're going to understand that Drake had a prior album called Certified Lover Boy, and this is a play on the words? Or is it the ordinary listener who may not listen to either of these artists with any regularity and may not have that familiar thinking. Who is the ordinary listener? And how do I apply that test when there's so much specialized and nuance to a lot of these lyrics? That does require in-depth analysts to catch all of those references. So, and then he responds again. So 2 things, Your Honor. 1, get the likes up, y'all. On that question, all of the cases, at least in the way they apply the law, consider the entirety of the context. They don't slice and dice it down to a particular listener of all of the context may know. And whether every listener knows every piece, in every one of these cases, what the court looks at is the context as a whole, not sliced and diced down to individual listeners or assuming that is limited to just people who actually have specific knowledge or particular pieces of this. The other comment I would make with respect to the concerns regarding nuance, or will someone get, is that there is a danger to approach that this is at least warned in Bryan versus Richardson and also Mann versus Abel, another New York appeal case, about sifting through communications and picking particular words or phrases out and considering them in isolation. And that Bryan versus Richardson says that it is dangerous to do because rather the sifting through a communication for the purpose of isolating and identifying assertions of fact, the court should look at the overall context in which the assertions were made and determine on that basis whether the reasonable reader would have believed that the speaker was conveying statement of fact. We see the same thing in Mann versus Abel, another New York appeal case. Although one could sift through article and argue the false factual assertions were made by author, viewing the content of the article as a whole as we must, it was protected opinion. And in that case, also the claim was rejected. Again, referring to 2 other cases to prove that what he said in that part of certified PDFs was just rhetorical hyperbole, but the first part was facts because that was based off of Drake's album. I got caught in mouth, bro. I hit a bowl before I got on. Shout out everybody in the chat, y'all. Shout out everybody in the chat, y'all. Shout out Mary for the $5 donation. Keep it a legend. Let's go. W Mary in the chat, y'all. W Mary in the chat. Let's go, y'all. Keep it a legend. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shout out everybody in the building. Hold on, give me a second. We got Tales for Purgatory. We got Spanky CSW. We got 99 in the building. Shout out 99. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mansa, for being in the building. Wendy Jenkins, everybody in here, bro. Get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up, y'all. Let's go, Mary. Come on, man. Everybody, you like to donate to the channel, get the cash app right top right corner of the video, man. Let's get into it. Talk about, okay, so what did I miss right here? Hold on. So the notion of trying to look at the particular phrase, tease it out, and not taking into account the broader context of Not Like Us as a whole. Hey, Drake, I hear you like them young. And Drake's statement, talk about him liking young girls. And then the broader context of all of the rumors and innuendos and controversy surrounding Drake, young women and girls, I believe misses the thrust of the cases that drive the court's decision, particularly when we talk about Bryan and Mann. The judge interferes. This brings me to my second question, which is the question for judicial notice, because the rumors, innuendo, etc., are not set forth in the 4 corners of the complaint. So this is interesting because the judge is saying those rumors aren't added in Drake's complaint. You wouldn't think that they would be added anyways. But she says, except perhaps in some of the exchanges in the song lyrics. But obviously the defendants have submitted articles that it wants the court to take judicial notice of that allude to those rumors. And presumably for the purpose under Rule 201, it's not necessarily for the truth of those rumors, but that those rumors existed and were present in the world. A UMG's lawyer says, that is correct. It is not for the truth of the rumors. It is for the fact of their existence and the context that it provides with respect to the statements of Not Like Us. But as to whether the court can take judicial notice, the answer is, in that respect, certainly. News articles well within the scope of judicial notice are song lyrics, and that this is particularly true here because of the articles that we are citing and referencing from Drake's complaint. They are referenced and cited in, and some of them discussed in Drake's complaint as well. Now, not necessarily the rumor portion, but the specific articles themselves are from Drake's complaint, and we cite them just as Drake did. And in our brief, we identify in our request for judicial notice, we identify where from the complaint they arise. So this is not a scenario where we are going out and finding third-party material that has not already been brought into this case by Drake in his own pleading. On the contrary, when it comes to the discussion of rumors and the facts giving rise to the statements that are the issue here, those are included in articles that Drake himself cites and relies upon in his complaint. We are citing what he is bringing to the table. That's the crazy part. So we believe the court could properly take into account news articles under the standard RJN, request for judicial notice standard, but particularly in this case where they are referenced in the complaint and cited in the complaint and relied upon Drake. We think it's particularly appropriate for the court, is well within its authority to do so. And given the requirement that the court consider context, we think respectfully that the court is obligated to do so because that context has actually been provided by Drake himself, not just by us, but by Drake in his own complaint. They are fighting him with his own cited shit. And that's how they got him. That's how they got him, bro. Big W to Alberta for the $5 donation. She said, we appreciate you. W Alberta in the chat, y'all. W Mary, W Alberta. Get the likes up, y'all. Now, this is what the judge said right after that. Hold on, let me take a swig. Everybody hit a bowl. Everybody drink. Everybody get your thing on, man. Get your chill on, man. Get your mind right. You said you always wanted to address the other cause of action. Let me give you a few minutes in which to do so. Thank you, Your Honor. I will be brief. We obviously briefed our challenge, and there are many to both the Section 349 claim and the penal code. On the 349 claim, we believe that both parties' cases reflect that the information and belief form in pleading that Drake is using is improper and that it's sufficient basis alone. But I think that's been made clear from the briefing is where that the claim also and clearly fails is on the injury element. The New York Court of Appeal has clearly held that standing under 349 requires a direct rather than derivative injury. You can't have the series of steps between the alleged consumer deception and the claimed harm to Drake, and that's exactly what we have here. So many steps between the alleged consumer deception through artificially increasing the numbers of streams and any impact of Drake. Under the city of New York, the smoke spirits in the Court of Appeal, the New York Court of Appeal, and Frentzelas in the Second Circuit, that claim clearly fails on the penal code claim. All of the case that Drake cites don't grapple with the Shihai standard from New York City Court of Appeal, which is then re-articulated in Ortiz, and the existence, blase, are based under authority to predate that binding New York appeal authority. So we both up penal code. Thank you very much, Mr. Ransom. Thank you. I'll give you an opportunity to argue and rebuttal at the end. Let me hear from the plaintiff's counsel. Okay, so now we're going to hear from Drake's lawyer, y'all. And this is where they cook them. Shout out Heartbreak Kid, man. Shout out Heartbreak Kid for the $5 donation. He said, we appreciate your hard work, bro. W, Heartbreak Kid. W, Alberta. W, Mary, y'all. Let's go, man. Let's go. W's in the chat, y'all. WHBK. So this is Drake's lawyer, y'all. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been reading up until this point. Ooh, and this is where she grills him, where she gets him. I'll give you the opportunity to argue in a rebuttal at the end. Let me know from the plaintiff's counsel. Mr. Gottlieb, Drake's lawyer, of course, are you going to be presenting argument on behalf of plaintiff? Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor. Okay, I'd like to start, if I could, with the discussion about the appropriate standard of review, because I think it cuts across all of UMG's arguments in this case. And it is important to have a reminder, both from the federal standard and the state standard, of why we're here today. Under binding Second Circuit authority, the global network communication case that we cite in our papers, a complaint may not be dismissed pursuant to Rule 12b-6 unless it appears beyond doubt. Even when the complaint is liberally construed that the plaintiff can prove no set of facts in support of his claims, which would entitle him to relief, Davis versus Boehm is the only opinion doctrine case cited by either of the parties in this case that remotely touches on the appropriate standard of review at the pleading context of evaluating an opinion defense, and it's utterly devastating to UMG's entire argument in this case. As we explain on page 1 through 7 of our brief, the question of Rule 12 motion when considering an opinion doctrine defense is not what this court thinks or what Mr. Ransom thinks a reasonable listener should have concluded when it heard the lyrics in question. The question is whether a reasonable listener could have concluded that the statements were conveying facts about the plaintiff. Davis versus Boehm is a controlling authority. There is no other case that either party cited that even purports to interpret the standard at the pleading stage. At page 268 of the opinion, and Davis court explained, okay, yada, yada, yada. He's going over another case. He says, which we don't dispute applies, that the reasonable reader would be likely to interpret this statement as pure opinion. The court rejects that. And this is the most important part of the opinion. The court says, on the motion to dismiss, we consider whether any reading of the complaint supports the defamation claim. Thus, although it may well be that the challenge statements are subject to defendant's interpretation, the motion to dismiss must be denied if the communication at issue, taking the words in the ordinary meaning and context, is also susceptible to the defamatory connotation. Meaning, if it's susceptible to a connotation that it's fact and it's susceptible to connotation that it's opinion, the plaintiff wins at the motion to dismiss stage. The judge responds, as I asked Mr. Ransom earlier, though how do I square that the other court of appeals decision, including Bryan, which was also a motion to dismiss decision, in which they do not purport to overrule, so therefore remains good law, still cited by New York courts, but did not use the could standard, did not say is susceptible to defamatory connotation, but says instead the question is whether or not it would be understood by the listener as opinion or fact in presence at a question of the law. Mr. Gottlieb responds, so Your Honor, cuts him off. I take you that Davis definitely throws a wrench in the argument, but there seems to be some tension. How do I reconcile that tension? Okay, so it looks like they're starting to go back and forth right here. Big shout out to Tayshawn. W Tayshawn for the $2 donation for the consistency and realness, y'all. W Kayshawn and W Anissa. We keep on connecting the dots. We appreciate you. All right, so we're gonna put W Tayshawn and W Anissa in the chat, y'all. We got W Tayshawn. Get the likes up, y'all. W, let's go, y'all. Show them some love in the chat, y'all. We're going to see what the judge said next, bro. Shout out HBK, man. So let's see. We got it right here, man. Where was I? I take you that Davis definitely throws her. Okay, so Your Honor, I don't think there's tension. So first of all, Davis is subsequent and most recent opinion. So it would be controlling for the purpose that Bryan Court doesn't purport to interpret the pleading standard. So there was no dispute between the parties as to what the court's inquiry ought to be, and evaluating the pleadings is one point. The second is there's no discussion or suggestion in the Bryan opinion anywhere that there was a challenge to the actual content of the allegations in the complaint, which was that we had in Davis, and is that we have here, where you had the defendants essentially saying, don't credit or believe the draw interference from the allegations in the complaint in the plaintiff's favor. Instead, accept this otherwise evidence that we're presenting to you and draw interfaces in order to determine what the appropriate social context is so you can make your decision as a matter of law. In Bryan, the only thing that the court considers, at least for what one can tell from reading the opinion, is that the four corners of the opt that was being considered, the court was merely analyzing an opt and talked generally about what opts are. There's no suggestion in Bryan that there was an attempt to insert eccentric evidence into the record. There's no suggestion that there was any challenge to the interference that the plaintiff was being asked to draw of the complaint. And the Bryan court makes clear that in the text of the articles itself, the author made clear that the purpose of the article was to advocate for an independent investigation and in support of the argument. The defendant marshaled all of the relevant materials, including within the text of the article. The court had basically everything it needed in order to analyze both whether it was capable of the defamatory meaning, whether it can be proven true or false, and what the context immediately of the article and the broader social context were. There's simply no indication that there were any disputes before the court as to any of that. In this case, what we have by contrast is an express request for judicial notice that I want to address before I get into the sufficiency of our allegations, if I could. That request for judicial notice asked the court to accept 17 exhibits into the record and to use evidence contained in the exhibits to draw interference that directly attack, contradict, or undermine the allegations in Drake's complaint. Now, there is a time and a place for the weighing of evidence, but that is either at trial or at Rule 56 stage. It is not here. And UMG has no answer whatsoever to binding Second Circuit authority that we cite in page 14 of our brief, which is the Global Network Communications case, in which the Second Circuit made clear that the conversation requirement of Rule 12b is mandatory, not discretionary. And under that rule, the court Rule 201 allows me to take judicial notice at any stage of the proceeding that's explicit in the rule, and certainly ample cases take judicial notice in the context of the motion to dismiss that doesn't convert it into summary judgment motion. By definition, it doesn't, because I am permitted to consider both materials within the four corners of the complaint, matters that are incorporated by reference or that integral the complaint, and facts that are judicially noticed, Rule 201, and if I do, then that doesn't convert into the summary judgment motion. That's correct, Your Honor. We don't dispute that. What we dispute is UMG's suggestion that the court can either use the materials for either the truth of the matter asserted, which they're disclaiming here, but also can use the materials to make factual inferences based on the content of what the court finds within those exhibits. The judge responds, well, let's just talk about the song lyrics in the rap battle. Get the likes up, y'all. I gotta take a swig, man. Getting parched. Get the likes, y'all. Everybody hit a bowl, man. Everybody hit a bowl, man. Big shout out to Clifford, man. Big shout out to Clifford, bro. Said check the chat. Well, what am I missing in the chat? Big shout out to Clifford for the $50 donation. W Clifford in the chat, y'all. What did I miss? No pun intended. Read the chat. Read the chat. What's going on in the chat? What am I missing in the chat? This guy. Oh, Nikki. Hold on. We got you. No, that's not Nikki. Yeah, W Clifford in the chat, y'all. Zenas, take care of what it is. Clifford, tell me what it is, bro. We about to get into what the judge says, y'all. Get the likes up. New documents dropped? Is that what it is? Y'all telling me new documents dropped right now? The transcripts are from 16. Shout out Heartbreak Kid for the $5 donation. W Heartbreak Kid in the chat. W Clifford in the chat, y'all. Big shout out to Clifford in the chat, man. So let's okay, I'll get to the chat right now, y'all. So the court, well, let's just talk about the song lyrics in the rap battle. There's an argument that they're already incorporated by reference, except perhaps one of the tailor-made freestyle, which was notably omitted in the amended complaint by reference, but the other songs in the rap battle are referenced and linked to their Spotify, or I think it was their Spotify listing. So I'm not even sure that I need to take a judicial reference that they're not incorporated by reference into the complaint. But certainly there can't be a dispute about the lyrics, about what the lyrics are. The lyrics are what they are. So this right here, and like I said, when they did the amended complaint, that's when they made Drake's lawyers go back and remove stuff and highlight what they removed in red ink, so she could know what they took out and what they kept on there. What she is telling Drake's lawyer right now is that they removed the reference to tailor-made freestyle, but kept every other song, but they removed tailor-made freestyle. Now that right there is an obvious statement that they were afraid of this argument. I feel like they removed it from their complaint. They omitted it in their amended complaint because they knew that that song, those lyrics that Drake made, were going to bite him in the ass. So Drake's lawyer responds to that. He says, so to make this easy, we don't challenge that the court can take notice of the fact that lyrics exist in a song out in the world. The question is how one interprets those lyrics and what meaning is given to those lyrics in the context of evaluating the rap battle. Similarly, Similar, of course, we don't challenge that there was a rap battle. We plead that in our complaint, what we take issue with is UMG using lyrics to draw interferences about the reasonable listeners and reasonable viewers would have understood about the song in question. That's where the argument strays from what is permissible under the court's judicial notice authority, and it also gets cut off. He gets cut off by the judge. Once the lyrics are in evidence, then, of course, I can draw inferences from them. I'm sorry. They're in evidence. They've been judicially noticed. The lyrics exist. They have the meaning that they have. Their words. And I don't understand your argument that I could take judicial notice of song lyrics, but I'm not allowed to consider what the lyrics mean or say. Ooh, she's cooking them right here. She's cooking them right here, y'all. Now, this is a battle of words, bro. And I like how she said their words. And I don't understand your argument that I could take judicial notice of a song lyric, but I'm not allowed to consider what the lyric means or says. It's almost like you don't even want her to pay of it any mind. She's cooking them, y'all. She's cooking them, y'all. Barbecue chicken. Big shout out to everybody in the chat, y'all. They always reach it, bro. Now I'm telling you, bro, I'm liking this. This judge is asking the right answers, because when I was hearing her talk to the UMG lawyers, it was fair. And this is fair also. She's making the points, but it's hard because they don't want them to talk about tailor-made freestyle. And she's like, what do you mean? What do you mean I can't? Let's go, man. W Cliff, WHBK, man. Get the likes up, y'all. Make sure you hit that like button. So he responds. Drake's lawyer says, because at the pleading stage, the court is not allowed to make inferences against the plaintiff. The court is required to draw all reasonable factual inferences in plaintiff's favor. And the court's not allowed to take materials from outside of the complaint and use it to discredit or undermine or question the allegations that have been plausibly alleged in the complaint. And I think this argument around context is an important example. So, for example, we have alleged throughout the complaint what the appropriate context for the understanding of the lyrics, the cover art, the video, and the song are. We have alleged that the full context includes the lyrics of the song, the cover art, and the video, and we have explained in numerous allegations throughout why a reasonable listener or reader or observer would have interpreted those songs as conveying a singular and precise factual message that Drake and false message that Drake is a PDF file. The judge responds, but isn't that a legal argument that I don't have to draw an inference in your favor? Because whether a reasonable listener would have drawn that inference is a question of law, which you've already agreed is a question of law. And legal assertion or argument made in a pleading do not have to be credited by the court. He responds, the question, though, is not what a reasonable listener would have interpreted in the lyrics to mean. The question is whether a reasonable listener could have interpreted the lyrics to mean. In other words, is it reasonably susceptible to a defamatory connotation? That's the Davis standard, and we think that we have more than adequately alleged that. But more to the point, we have specific factual allegations in the complaint that UMG engaged in a coordinated, covert, and unlawful scheme to remove Not Like Us from rap subgenre and turn it into a de facto national anthem. Come on, bro. What a load of horse shit. How would they know it would have been a big success? The song has to do well in order for that to even be a possibility. How would UMG even know that would have been a possibility? You know, how would they know it would have gone as big as it did? That's alleged at paragraph 1011, 128 through 202 of our complaint. The complaint alleges facts showing that UMG wanted to and succeed in making the song culturally ubiquitous. And this means that the audience, to answer one of the court's questions to my friend, the audience by which to evaluate defamatory meaning in this case is not the people who would be dialed into every back and forth between Kendrick and Drake in the rap battle, but the audience is everyone exposed to the lyrics and imagery, not just those sort of there in the moment. We cite the Lindell versus Mel Media case in the Second Circuit that stands for this proposition. This is particularly important because we also allege with specific numbers that this song achieved a cultural ubiquity unlike any other hip-hop song in history, not just unlike the other songs in the rap battle, but unlike any other song in history. More than 9 billion streams at the time of the filing of our last brief have been 9 billion times have been streamed on this song. Big shout out to Not Like Us for reaching 9 billion streams. That's crazy, bro. Big shout out to Not Like Us reaching 9 billion streams. 9 billion is crazy. Get the likes up, y'all. The relevant person is probably your average. That's crazy. If the court is trying to understand the objective listener, objective viewer cannot be a person who listens to every single track in the rap battle. The relevant person is probably your average 13-year-old who's alleged to be dancing to the song at a bar mitzvah, who may not have heard any of these other songs before and may not even be that much of a rap fan. That would be an interesting bar mitzvah that played that song. This was a quote that had went viral when this was first posted. Again, these are from June 30th. There was some transcripts that were leaked online because of inner city press going to this case. So this is when we started seeing this pop up, that original statement. Mr. Gottlieb, that is apparently very, very popular at bar mitzvahs. You are not like us being popular at bar mitzvahs is just crazy within itself. Let's just keep it a buck, bro. That is wild. I'll take your word for it. There's a separate set of factual allegations in the complaint that add to this that UMG also doesn't add, and that's contained at paragraph 90 through 92 of the complaint. We allege that in sort of the modern social media environment, allegations of PDF files are of the far more relevant social context, and whatever might have been true when Judge Daniels was considering these issues in Torrane, today, given the massive global audience for this song, that it reached the entire world, and the social media environment in which allegations of PDF file land today, audiences are simultaneously primed to believe and primed to react with outrage to allegations of harming youngins. And that is a direct response to many of the generalizations contained in the case that UMG cites and many of the arguments they're making. These are specific allegations at paragraph 90 to 92 of our complaint. UMG is asking you, based on their sort of own spin of exhibits, to disregard these well-pleaded factual allegations in the complaint about how sort of the world today receives these type of allegations, and we just don't think that can possibly appropriate the motion to dismiss phase. The court responds, let me go back, because we are addressing the various inferences that can be drawn from the lyrics. And one question I have for you is, do I have to draw an inference from the lyrics? Don't they speak plainly? So, for example, let's go back to the Taylor freestyle lyric, which is talk about him liking young girls. That's a gift from me. And in the context with the AI voice of Tupac, it's clearly, one can clearly read it to be a goad from Drake to Kendrick as part of their back and forth in the rap battle to bring up rumors regarding pedophilia and Drake. I don't know how else one could logically read that. If you have an alternate reading, I like to hear it, but I don't think I have to draw an extreme inference to understand what that line is. So when we talk about the casual listener, when we talk about this, when we talk about that, how do you get a different understanding of the lyrics when you read that sentence? It's just plain as day. It's obvious to read, and you know exactly what he means when Drake said that. Drake said that. It's crazy that they're using Drake's lyrics against him when Drake is the one trying to use lyrics now against Kendrick. He's using his own lyrics. His own lyrics are beating him up in court. Headshot for the year. Better walk around like Daft Punk, bro. Got him, Your Honor. It's crazy how they haven't even used anything but the tailor-made freestyle reference in this first transcript. But what's crazy is that it's exactly what we talked about here on this channel months ago. All they have to do is talk about how Drake said this shit. Drake said, talk about how you like him. Talk about how he likes them young. That's a gift for me. We said on this channel months ago, bro. And look how it played out right now. The judge is grilling them. Not only that, it's important to note that they took this song out in their amended complaint, which shows that they did not want to face this argument in court. But the minute that they first had their very first transcript, it's exactly what the judge brought up to their face. W judge, by the way, at least she's being fair with everything. All fair and game right here. I don't know how else one could logically read that. If you have an alternate reading, I'd like to hear it. But I don't think that I have to draw an extreme inference to understand what that line is. Gottlieb responds, well, Your Honor, cuts him off. What would be the inference that would be favorable to plaintiff of that line, other than that one that I've just put forward. He says, because, Your Honor, you would have to consider, as Mr. Ransom says, black letter law and opinion doctrine. You don't slice out a single line or a single statement from a song in order to ascertain its meaning. You consider the entire song and the entire lyrics and context. What, bro? That is as plain. There's no way to break that down. You don't need no annotation. You don't need nothing, bro. For that lyric right there, he said it as what it is. What do you mean, bro? You don't need Rap Genius to break that down for you. So the judge responds, but I'm asking you about this line in this song. How would I read it? You said I can't draw inferences from these song lyrics. I can just consider their existence. But do I have to draw an inference? He says, yes, you, and then gets cut off. She cuts him the fuck off and says, hold on, Mr. Gottlieb. The words are the words. Talk about him liking young girls. How else would I read that? He says, Your Honor, I don't understand what legal relevance that has to do with the question of how reasonable audience members would have understood the lyrics and not like us. Now, let me make a point to what we've read up into the future. This is in June 30th. Let's talk about now. Because remember what happened now. In the current request that Drake had made with his lawyers, he had requested them to talk about his rap lyrics as being legitimate, saying that the Day Free allegations are true and saying that the Kendrick Lamar allegations are true as well. He is trying to prove that in court. However, the problem is that he doesn't want the lyrics for Taylor Made Freestyle to be relevant, but he wants the lyrics that he said in Family Matters to be relevant. Make that make sense, bro. The only reason why they're arguing these statements is because Drake made lyrics that bit him in the ass. Talk about how he liked young girls. Like, what the fuck, bro? Drake said that. Nobody told him to do that. He shot himself in the foot when he said that. Before you even get to talking about the lyrics in his prior song, you would have to come to the conclusion that your average listener to Not Like Us came into the song with that lyric in mind, had heard that song, had been exposed to it, had understood the lyrics in the same way that Your Honor is reading them, and there's simply no basis on which to make that determination at the pleading stage in this case. They may have come forward with evidence, cuts them off. Let me have you pause right there. I understand that a lot of these cases arise in a very traditional context of newspaper article or an op-ed or a single communication. But here we have songs that are in communication with each other, a dialogue with one another. One artist releases a song, a few hours later or a few minutes, a song gets released that responds to that song, and back and forth ensues. That is the context in which these lyrics arise. So to take Not Like Us as the specific example and just to isolate it, isn't that taking it out of the broader context in which it existed? It would almost be like taking a single paragraph of an op-ed and not looking at the headlines at the remainder of the article, because you can't look at Not Like Us in isolation. It's a response to what comes before. And this was the problem that we've talked about countless times. Drake's lawyers were trying to make Not Like Us its own thing. They were trying to say that Not Like Us had eclipsed the rest of the songs, that it had overshadowed the rest of the songs because of the success that it received. But the judge is telling him to his face, the only reason why that song exists is because Drake had dissed him and told him to talk about it in the first place. This is the reason why that argument was so ridiculous. You cannot separate Not Like Us when it was part of the rap battle itself. You can't separate it just because it was a song that was more successful than the others. You can't do that. Mr. Gottlieb responds, so, Your Honor, Shout out everybody in the chat, y'all. Make sure y'all get the likes up. Donation in the top right corner of the video or on the live chat pinned in the comment section. Super chats are disabled, but I will post them on the live screen. Get the likes up, y'all. If not, just like it. I appreciate it, bruh. Mr. Gottlieb, so Your Honor, we're not advocating for the court to not consider the context that this song was a penultimate track in the rap battle. Sorry if I chopped that up. That's not our argument. Our argument is this song in particular, both in this rap battle and in the history of music, is different. It is different in ubiquity it achieved. So its audience was different. It was different in the fact that it was immediately understood. In the allegations of our complaint to have contained a precise factual allegation in a single factual allegation, the false allegations that Drake is a PDF file, we allege gets cut off again. And you know what's crazy? Is that the judge cut him off multiple times trying to make his argument. But I have to understand, like, and I'm trying to see it in person, right? I'm trying to close my eyes and look at this in person. Every time he talks or tries to explain himself, she cuts him off. This is like the fourth time in a row she's cut him off. At the time, and she says, at the time Kendrick Lamar released this song, there was no ubiquity, and there was no and there was obviously, he's not a fortune teller. He wasn't going to understand that at the moment that he released the song, it was going to have 8 to 9 billion streams, and he would be singing it at the Super Bowl. He was releasing it as a part of this back and forth that occurred over the matter of days. And isn't that the context in which I need to understand the assertions made? Not 6 months later that millions and billions of people have now listened to it and may not have that understanding. But at the time the statement was made, it was a direct response. And let me give you a hypothetical. This is the judge, y'all. The judge is cooking the fuck out of this lawyer. And let me give you a hypothetical. If two people are arguing on the street and throwing insults back and forth, and then later one of them says, okay, that particular statement was slander. You've defamed me. I'd have to know what the interchange between those two individuals were that were throwing insults to understand the full context in which whatever statement was made. Isn't that comparable here? Some insults, the other person responds with further insults. The other person responds with other insults. How can I just take one of these songs in isolation and apply it a completely different standard to it, because 3 months later, billions of people have now listened to it? And this is the argument that people have been saying publicly. When you talk about this, when you talk about the song, when you talk about Not Like Us, when you talk about this in context, you have to talk about every single song. Family Matters. You have to talk about Meet the Grams. You have to talk about 616 in LA, Tailor Made Freestyle, whatever, Buried Alive Interlude. Everything. You have to talk about everything to know exactly how we got to this point. And that's why they took Tailor Made Freestyle off of their amended complaint, because they knew that that shit was going to bite them in the ass. And look where we're at now. The lawyer is getting grilled and getting cut off by the judge. Imagine in your head, bro, every time he talks, he keeps getting cut off. Your Honor, I appreciate the question. That's that slick shit. That's that slick shit that lawyers do. That's when the judge had just served you up and you don't have to do nothing but smile now because you're like, fuck, she cooked me. Your Honor, I appreciate the question. He didn't appreciate that for shit. I think it stems from a lack of grappling with and perhaps due to the imprecise briefing on our part, the nature, the role, the republications plays in this case. We have alleged in our complaint, I believe in 11 separate paragraphs in the amended complaint, full of bullshit, by the way, in my opinion, keep it alleged, that UMG was responsible for the republication of the defamatory material. That's paragraphs 13, 20, 120, 121, 157, 191, 192, 232, 241, 246, and 266. Damn, bro, they wrote like everything. The standard for the republication is that the defamatory statement is republished whenever it is intended to and actually reaches a new audience. That's the New York Court of Appeals decision in Firth versus State. We alleged this throughout our complaint. UMG said nothing about it until their reply brief in this case. So we have alleged that UMG took steps at multiple times post-May to republish the material and introduce it to new audiences. And each time it did that, it was liable for the republication. And each time it did that, its knowledge at that point in time becomes relevant. And we have pleaded that knowledge in the complaint, including that it knew in July, that it knew in August, based on the retraction demand letters that we sent to it. What it knew when it launched that Grammys campaign, what it knew it launched in the Super Bowl campaign. But even if you don't agree with us on that, we have alleged in the complaint, before you get to the republication, that the defamatory material includes the song and cover art, both of which were released on May 4th, and the video was not released until July. 2 months after the release of the song, and UMG's knowledge at the time that it released the video included all the information that we have alleged in the complaint, including the attacks on Drake's home in Toronto, 3 separate attacks on his home in Toronto, the attacks on his OVO business in London, the fact that the users all over the United States were commenting on him being a PDF file, and the fact that Drake had denied factually the allegations in the Hard Part 6. We make, that's when Drake says, I'm way too famous for the shit that you accuse me of. What did he say? I'm way too famous for the shit that you suggested. Tell that to R. Kelly. Tell that to Jeffrey Epstein, bro. That was just the worst. That's like a piss poor response. Tell that to Harvey Weinstein. I'm way too famous for the shit you suggested was crazy, bro. We make all of those allegations and complaint about UMG's knowledge at the time of the publication of the video. So that's the latest point. That's the earliest or latest. But their knowledge clearly at the July point in time, before you even start talking about liability for republication, comes into play. And then, Your Honor, with respect to your question before about sort of removing the song from the factual context of the battle, and doesn't it sort of have understood that way, we have alleged that this song was actually understood as sort of a singular entity, fucking cap, allegedly. But because of its culturally ubiquity and even the exhibits that UMG has put into its request for judicial notice, they prove this. So, for example, UMG has Exhibit P, which is a podcast transcript that we cite a piece of the amended complaint. Bro, and I hate their amended complaint. Whenever they refer to it and they're referring to all these numbers and exhibits, bro, when I read that amended complaint, a lot of it's just bullshit that they got on the internet, bro. That's the shit that pisses me off sometimes when they refer back to their amended complaint, because a lot of it's just a whole bunch of malarkey, in my opinion. We'll keep it alleged. Big shout out to Gene or John for the $10 donation. W John in the chat, y'all. We'll say Gene or John with a W, bro. Let's go, man. Yeah, she cooking them, bro. And I agree, bro. There is no way that you could separate Not Like Us from the rest of the beef. There is no way. At pages 4, let's go, man. Big shout out to everybody that's donated in the chat. Big shout out to everybody that's in the chat right now. Thank you. I appreciate it. If I'm not reading the comments right now, it's because I'm on the other page reading this transcript, so I can't look at the comments, but I'll get to it right now. Some of these things have been fact-checked, and then later on down, one of the commentators says, I don't know if there's ever been a time when rap superstars or two rap superstars are contemporaries and one is accusing the other a PDF file, like in this loudest possible way. It continues, contemporaries, people are making their record label billions of dollars, right? That doesn't usually happen. And this level of allegation, maybe it should inspire some sort of investigate. Hold on, what? Loudest possible way. Hold on. Let me go back to that. Because this is, hold on, what was that? Make allegations about Drake. Some of these things have been fact-checked, quotations. And then later on down, one of the commentators says, I don't know if there's ever been a time when a rap superstar or two rap superstars are contemporaries and one is accusing the other of PDF file, like in the loudest way possible. It continues, contemporary peoples are making their record label billions of dollars, right? That doesn't usually happen. And this level of allegation, maybe it should inspire some sort of investigation. What podcast said this? What podcast had said this statement? Later on in page 5, it says that one of the commentators says it's unclear right now if the claims of Kendrick Lamar's domestic abuse are true. Wait, hold on. On page 5, it says that one of the commentators says it's unclear right now if the claims of Kendrick Lamar's domestic abuse are true. But let's talk more about these allegations around Drake. No one has previously called out Drake in this way. Now it's being raised to a more mainstream conversation because it has hit that Kendrick is because of that hit that Kendrick is making. Your Honor, Exhibit B to UMG's request for judicial notice, page 10, the commentators describe Kendrick Lamar in the song, indicating Drake for years of rumors of speculation, indicating, meaning a specific factual charge being made in a song-based rumor and speculation. Notably, Not Like Us doesn't include the rumors and speculation in it. It doesn't talk about any of the underlying rumors that Mr. Ransom was talking about that Drake allegedly had to deal with in his past. It only includes the indictment, the specific charge that he is a certified PDF. The cover art, which is his actual Toronto home, which, by the way, is also validated by the other exhibit that UMG wants you to take notice of, Exhibit J. Page 4 describes the content of the song as SO allegations throughout Not Like Us. Kendrick accuses Drake of having inappropriate actual relations with youngins. This is also a topic Drake has made to debunk in the past. However, Kendrick doesn't wait. This is also a topic that Drake has had to debunk in the past. So Drake's lawyer had openly said in court that Drake was already accused of these things before the battle with Kendrick Lamar. Does the lawyer understand how bad he slipped up when he said that? His own lawyer just said that Drake has a history of these allegations and he had to debunk them by himself in the past. Are you fucking serious? However, Kendrick doesn't shy away from blowing up the rumors surrounding Drake's personal life with his lyrics. Later down, the Predator accusations include the cover art for the track. In fact, an aerial picture of Drake's mansion, allegedly dotted with SO location tags. These are their exhibits from commentators interpreting the lyrics of the song, blah, understanding it with the precise meaning that can be fact-checked, that can be proven true or false. So if these things are in the record, we're fine with it because they all prove that there is a susceptible connotation that can be drawn that the song had a precise meaning. Your Honor, I don't know if the court, she cut him off for a fifth time. This is the fifth time she's cut him off. And she's rebuttaling the fuck out of him. Let me take a swig of this. Get the likes up, y'all. I appreciate everybody in this motherfucker right now, man. Had to get some water now. So she cuts him off for a fifth time already in this conversation, in this back and forth. And I'm gonna be real, bro. I understand that the lawyer is the judge is being fair with both of these lawyers, but I felt like the first conversation she had with UMG's lawyer was a lot more smooth. I feel like the back and forth she's having with Drake's lawyer is a lot more of a rebuttal and a lot more of her cutting him off. So she says, let me ask you this. Your client also, in the course of this rap battle, leveled accusations against Kendrick Lamar as well, that he's not the biological father of his child, that he beats his girlfriend. Are those facts or are those opinion? Are those, I'm sorry, Your Honor. You know, when someone has to repeat something to get more time to find out what to say, that's exactly what he did. He heard her the first time, bruh. He heard her the first time, bruh. He heard it. Hey, nah, bruh. He's like, what? What? Hey, nah, bruh. Hey, bruh. She cooked the fuck out of it. You think this is why he asked? Because she fucking stumped him? This is stumping him. I'm not sure if I'm using that right. She fucking stumped him. Are those facts or those opinions? Are those what? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Are they fact or are they opinion? Those lyrics. I don't know what the court has a record of sufficient to be able to make the determination because the court doesn't have the context behind all the different allegations in the song. So for everybody who's trying to spin that shit as facts, you need to shut the fuck up. You need to shut the fuck up. The lawyer, Drake's lawyer, is telling you he don't even fucking know. So everybody out there on Twitter that is trying to spin an allegation, that is trying to spin a narrative, you need to chill the fuck out, bruh. Because Drake's own lawyer is telling the judge, I don't even know, bro. I haven't looked that deep into it. And let's just, again, let me remind you, these conversations, this transcript was on June 30th, about what, 2 months ago? Now we move forward with their request. And now they're asking for documentation about these said rumors. I can't help but to believe that the reason why they did that was because the judge had stumped Drake's lawyer in this back and forth. Remember, this is what the judge said. Let me ask you this. Your client also, Mr. Lamar as well, that he's not the biological father of his child, that he beats his girlfriend. Are those facts or opinion? Drake's lawyer asked her to repeat it, but we know, bro. If someone tells you to repeat something, they've heard you the first time. They're just asking to make more time, to spare more time for them to come up with an answer. And then she tells him again, are those facts or opinions, those lyrics? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. He doesn't know shit, bro. So for everybody that's on the internet, that is trying to spin a narrative, you need to chill the fuck out with that shit. When you're getting emails and Rihanna is spelled the same way that you spell Rihanna, and when you're coming up with all of these explanations and there's a lot of back and forth, we could speculate till the cows come home, bruh. But if Drake's own lawyer in court is going to say, I don't know, to the questions that me and you are trying to answer on the internet, then what the fuck makes you think that you know better than Drake's own fucking lawyer, bro? You need to chill the fuck out and sit the fuck down, bro. Respectfully, homeboy. That the court has a record sufficient to be able to make the determination because the court doesn't have the context behind all the different allegations in the song. There isn't a complaint with 250 allegations giving meaning to the lyrics. What? There isn't a complaint with 250 allegations giving meaning to the lyrics? How many explanations do you need? We don't know. Was there a cover art? We don't know. Was there a video? We don't know. We don't know shit, apparently. Was there a singular message? We don't know how people understood it. Bro, you guys are fucking insane. Those were things that Drake had chalked up. The rumors about Kendrick and Dayfree's children, that might as well just been a rumor that Drake had created. As far as the allegation shit, all of that shit has been debunked. It was P. Diddy. It was not Kendrick Lamar. At the Hard Rock Cafe during Memorial Day weekend, Kendrick Lamar was performing at another club that was far away from the Hard Rock Cafe, while Diddy was at the Hard Rock Cafe. But I digress. Let's keep going. So that is both determination that the court doesn't need to make or hear, nor is there one that the court has a record to make here. That could be subject of question that I imagine UMG will want to get into in discovery in this case. Ooh, so now we're talking about UMG and their discovery. But it is certainly not a reason to find that the pleadings fail to state a claim on which relief can be granted. I don't know if the court wants me to address the actual malice arguments that have been made. The court responds, I do not need to hear arguments on the actual malice. Okay. If you would like to briefly address the other two causes of action in the complaint, however, sure. So with respect to the Section 349 claim, Your Honor, Mr. Ransom made essentially two arguments. The first is he made an argument about information and belief pleading. And the second is about the injury element. So let me address the information and belief pleading. I think this argument just simply misunderstands the nature of the allegations that we make in the complaint. And so we don't think it actually matters whether the court concludes what the standard of the information and the belief pleading is. Even under the standard that UMG articulates, we believe our allegations meet that for purposes under Section 349. So we essentially made four arguments that support the underpinning factual allegations and materiality and consumer harm under Section 349. The first argument we made is that UMG misled streaming consumers by causing payments to be made to third parties to have bots artificially stream the recording on Spotify, boost streaming numbers. Now UMG says that this is based on information and belief that the standard plausibility, okay, this is the streaming allegation. So under fake streams are a huge problem in the music industry, and that UMG hasn't disputed that up to 10% of all music streams are false, and 21 alone, 1 to 3 billion fake streams across popular music platforms are fraudulent. I wonder if they're talking about fraudulent streams that have been used throughout the years, as far as back as 2021, why didn't they go far back from 2018 when Drake had dropped Scorpion? Why are they only going as far back as 2021? Why can't they go back when Drake had dropped Scorpion? Was it because he was botting streams with UMG at that time as well? It's crazy because they are trying to make arguments that Drake is guilty for. That's the crazy part to me. If that's the only allegation we have, we agree we'd be in a bad place on information, belief, pleading. But we continue that in paragraph 175, fake and manipulated streams are significant problems for Spotify, which invest heavily in their reviews on it. It is a reasonable inference that Spotify would not make heavy investments in the non-existing problem. We also allege that Not Like Us set record on numerous streaming platforms. It was the fastest song ever to reach 300 million Spotify streams in just 35 days, which is paragraph 130. And one possible inference on this, which we believe the court must draw at this stage, is that this unprecedented rocketing up the streaming chart that UMG was using a technique that is evidently used on the 10% of all music streams to manipulate stream totals. And this is when they talk about streaming and all this other shit. I guess he's trying to prove his point about streaming, bro. I'm kind of going to skip this. Kendrick Lamar used to boost Not Like Us streams and their beef with Drake. These are individuals who purport to have firsthand knowledge. They're including in our complaint, and they are all consistent with underlying and background allegations that preceded. This is entirely appropriate allegation, information to believe. And under authority that we've cited, these are particularly appropriate information and belief allegations where you're dealing with the cover scheme, where in order to complete our proof of claim, we rely upon evidence that in the possession of the defendant, that it is the authority that we cited, which also cites cases from the Second Circuit at this point. We make three other arguments that I'll only mention very briefly. The second is that UMG provided financial incentive to the streaming platform. This is when they're going over the bot streaming allegations. Apple allegations. The last two allegations were pay for play, payola allegations. Okay. The second argument that Mr. Ransom made was about the injury element. Mr. Ransom argues that the injury is to an attenuated. There are too many steps in between Drake suffering harm and the alleged harm to consumers. That's simply not the case. So I just explained that we've all alleged in paragraph 180 the scheme. All right, keep going to harm to Drake, not like us, rather than Drake's music. We also allege that this caused direct financial harm to Drake, not indirect financial harm to Drake in paragraph 229 of the complaint. This is like the harassment claims. So the judge responds to all this, right? So can you explain to me, and I'll express some ignorance as to how whatever algorithm applies to Apple Music and Spotify work, but how is this either the streaming bots or pay for play related to the notion that if one went onto Spotify and tried to play Drake's music, you'd be redirected to Not Like Us? And this is something that I wanted to explain because Jeremy Heck, big shout out to Jeremy Heck, he was the one to point this out. He was the one that said that if you say play Certified Lover Boy, it's going to play Drake. However, the confusion is that Drake and his lawyers think that when you tell Apple or Siri to play to play Certified Lover Boy, it's going to play Not Like Us. However, the problem is that it's just confusion, and it's AI, bro. AI, Siri, you can't control what they play. If I look, hey Siri, play Certified Lover Boy. I love you, I love you, I love you. All right, debunk right there. Debunk right there. Debunk right there. Shout out to Big Zo TV in the building, man. W Zo in the building, bruh. W Zo in the building. W Eric, he said for your pockets. W Eric for the $20 donation, man. He said for your pockets. W Eric, y'all. Let's go, man. Shout out to Big Zo TV. Shout out Eric in the chat, y'all. And shout out to Jeremy Heck, bro, because he had did a video. You could check it out on his channel on YouTube. I think it's a YouTube short. He explains this in more context, but he was the one that broke down that this was cap. So big shout out Jeremy Heck as well. The connection between those two things is not entirely clear to me, and perhaps it's because of my lack of familiarity with how those platforms work. Gottlieb responds, so the streaming and bot farm is distinct from the claim, Your Honor. So the streaming and the streaming fraud allegations was sort of the first set of allegations I listed out. The payment of financial incentives to promote the recording and recommendations in playlists and in search results was the second. Those are contained in separate allegations in the complaint, and the allegations there is that gets cut off. This is the 6th time he gets cut off. He does talk a lot, though. I will say that. So then, what is the injury with respect to the bot streaming allegations? What would Drake's injury be? The injury in bot streaming is that there is a dilution argument, and there is sort of a streaming to get streaming argument. So the dilution argument is the larger the number of fake streams that exist in the platform, the lower the royalty rate that goes to artists that are involved in streaming. So it's not about Drake being physically hurt. It's not about him being mentally hurt. It's only about him losing money, royalties, the royalty rate, how much he's getting paid because of how much people fuck with his music. It's not about him getting physically harmed, mentally distressed, emotionally distressed. It's not about any of that. It's about money. It's about money. It's all about money with Drake, bro. Shout out everybody in the chat, y'all. Shout out Wendy. Shout out Mansa. Shout out Alicia. Big Zo TV in the building. Shine Hooks. Josh. HBK. Jean or Jean. Clifford in the building. W. Clifford again. Anissa. Tyshawn. Everybody, bro. Mansa in the building. W. Mansa in the chat, y'all. Alberta, bro. Let's go, man. Let's get this shit, bro. So the judge responds, so what are you saying? Is every single artist on Spotify would have had this exact same cause of action against UMG? He says, yes. And that's entirely consistent with Section 349 in the North Auto Mart Auto Ban case with the site and our parents, along There's two cases that we cite in our papers on the injury requirement, recognizing that by giving any person, is the language of Section 349, by giving any person who is aggrieved by the injury to a consumer standing under Section 349, there's potentially a large number of businesses, particularly in competitive situations, that can bring claims, but the court has held that was the intent of the Section 349. If you give me 1 minute, Your Honor, I'll get the case so I can make sure I cite it correctly. It's the North Shore Autobahn Progressive Insurance Group, blase, blase. They reference another case. Your Honor, with respect to the civil harassment, we can rest on papers and the authority cited therein, unless the court has a question for me. That would be great. Thank you. I'll give you a brief period for rebuttal. This is UMG's lawyer. Thank you very much, Your Honor. I will endeavor to be brief. I'm sure you will hold me to it. Let me start. If I could, with exhibits B, J, and P to our request for judicial notice, those again are articles that are cited in Drake's complaint. And if I heard Mr. Gottlieb correctly, after discussing them, he said that these things in the record, if the court wants to consider them, I think this is a quote, we're fine with it. So I believe that addresses in large part one of the court's first questions as to whether and how it can consider these materials that have been submitted. I believe he said the same as the song lyrics. When I look, for example, in Exhibit P and think Mr. Gottlieb's characterization of it, I think it also resonates with the court's comments that if the court has these materials in front of it, it can look at them and can look at the entirety of them. So Mr. Gottlieb invoked in Exhibit P the statement, and some of these things have been fact-checked, suggesting that the tended to convey and finding of fact versus opinion, that and gets cut off. Page 4 of Exhibit P. This is page 4 of Exhibit P, and he quoted solely the portion that some of these things have been fact-checked. What was fact-checked? I got to check out page 4 Exhibit P, unless they say it already. He failed to read the rest. This illustrates why context is so important. It says, and some of these things have been fact-checked, like Baka Not Nice, who's a rapper in Drake's crew who was convicted of assaulting a young woman and who was accused of running a prostitution ring. Oh my God, bro. So Drake's lawyer was reading off of the paper, but he didn't read the whole paper. So UMG's lawyer comes in and says, hold on. Let me read the rest of the paper for you, bro. He forgot to mention that in some of these things have been fact-checked, like Baka Not Nice, who's a rapper in Drake's crew, who was convinced of assaulting a young woman and who was accused of running a prostitution ring. Remember when I was talking about the request that Drake had made in my last live? I said they could easily just bring up Baka. At first, I said they could subpoena him and bring him to court, but this is even better, or essentially the next best thing. UMG's lawyer is arguing that Baka is still around, that Drake is hanging out with Baka, and he has a weird case. Why is he still around? Big shout out to Torture Talk. Torture Talk in the building, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to Big Zone TV. Make sure y'all subscribe to Torture Talk. Torture Talk in the building, man. Let's go, bruh. Big W's, man. Shout out Torture Talk, bruh. They brought up vodka, bro. I'm going to drink to that one. Hold on. But, hey, UMG's lawyer said, you know, Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? Everybody spam, why is he around in the chat, y'all? Man, they cooking, bro. They are cooking the fuck out of this. Torture Talk in the building, man. Let's go. He also overlooks the fact that this article, which they're fine with court considering in talking about Drake and in talking about references and Not Like Us, say things like These are the speakers, quote, "We all know the stories of him going to girls' basketball games, and it's in our faces. Let's talk about these allegations." That's on page 4 and page 5. Let's talk about these allegations around Drake. Tara Khan, as you mentioned, there are more things we've seen and heard over the years. And then it refers to the discussion or the history with Millie Bobby Brown and her relationship with Drake when she was 13 and he was 30 years old. Damn. 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 Hey, bruh. Hey, bruh, they are cooking him, bro. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They are cooking the fuck out of him. We don't forget. And then it refers to the discussion or history with Millie Bobby Brown and her relationship with Drake when she was 13 and he was 30 or 31. So these articles provide the context that the court can and should consider in our motion to dismiss. So true with respect to the lyrics, and again, the court asked the question about tailor-made freestyle. I feel like they're going to talk about tailor-made freestyle nonstop. At least I think so. And you're right. It is conspicuous that tailor-made freestyle is not included in the footnote in Drake's complaint, but it is referenced in these articles that Drake is fine with the court considering. And there's no real question that it's part of the battle. And again, I think it speaks to the question of context because, yes, I focus on the line, talk about him liking young girls. That's a gift from me, from Drake. But the context of that is not even limited to that line. And Your Honor, I'm going to read it verbatim. Please excuse the profanity. This is the entirety of the statement from Drake. "Kendrick, we need ya. The West Coast savior, engraving your name in hip hop history. If you deal with this viciously, you seem a little nervous about all the publicity. F the Canadian light skin, dot. We need a no debated West Coast victory, man. Call him a bitch for me. Talk about him liking young girls. That's a gift from me." That's the context in which Not Like Us appears. That's not the background. That's the history. And that's what clearly conveys this rhetorical hyperbole that what you hear in these rap battles is trash talking in an extreme and is not should be treated as statements of facts. Very briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Gottlieb says there is no indication of a dispute in Bryan as to the context or connotation of the statements. Bryan is a New York Court of Appeals decision. I'm pretty confident that there was a dispute in Bryan, and if the court looks at it, the court reflects that the parties vigorously disputed all issues, but the context was key and that the motion to dismiss was properly granted. Mr. Gottlieb also invokes global networks, which is in their belief, albeit not for the point that he cites with good reason. One of the pleading standards, motion to dismiss standard, global networks, was effectively overruled by Twombly and Iqbal. So it doesn't actually state the correct standard. Very briefly, on Section 349 claim, I think what the discussion with counsel illustrates is the fundamentally indirect nature of any injury or harm that Drake claims. It requires consumers doing a thing, Spotify doing a thing, royalty streams doing a thing, multiple steps. And this is not what 349 is intended for. It is not intended to permit any person who claims, in this case Drake does, that they were effectively indirectly impacted by some purported consumer. I think that's an important part. Drake claims it requires consumers doing a thing, Spotify doing a thing, royalty streams doing a thing. It's like he's saying everybody had to be in on it. Drake, like Spotify had to be in on it. The viewers had to be on it. The consumers had to be on it. The royalty streams had to be on it. Everything had to be a part of something for this to go down in Drake's mind. Drake thinks that everybody plotted against him from the consumers to Spotify to the royalty streams, all that. He thinks everything was manipulated, even the public. Crazy. Crazy. And that is not what 349 is intended for. It is not intended to permit any person who claims, in this case, as Drake does. That's why they were effectively indirectly impacted by some purported consumer. Deception to bring a claim that would frankly flood and overwhelm the courts in a way that is unsported by the Court of Appeals requirement that the injury be both tangible, non-speculative, and direct. Thank you very much. Unless the court has questions, I will rest. Thank you very much, counsel, for your arguments today. They were very helpful. The court is going to request that the parties order the transcript and split costs among them. I'm going to reserve decision on the motion to dismiss. She's going to reserve the decision on the motion. So she hasn't decided yet. And then after this, we get the request that Drake had made. But we're still on the motion to dismiss shit. So an opinion will ultimately follow. Are there any issues that the court needs to take up today? None for the plaintiff, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Court is adjourned. Woo! Damn, bro. Let's go, man. Everybody get a round of applause, bro. I'm sorry if I butchered some of the words, bro. I went to public school, bro. My bad, bro. I didn't pass the bar exam. I'm not a lawyer. Sorry, bro. My apologies, bro. My sincerest apologies. Let's see how do we feel about that read, y'all? I appreciate everybody's tapped in. Make sure y'all get the likes up. We fed you the information was fucking cap, bro. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you. Shout out Zoe, man. Bro, I be telling everybody, bro, like this is exactly what we're talking about, man. Drake kept saying in the Heart Part 6 that he had fed Drake the information. UMG responded. Hold on. So now we're getting to hold on. So is this in the document? Y'all saying that he responded already? Hold on. Oh, they did. Is this it? Hold on. Hold on. What is this? Hey, so it said, hey, we got to remember that, right? The Not Like Us music video, it started in the Compton courthouse. That's the crazy part about all of this. And now we're in court settling it right now. We have more? I think so. Shout out to Ray. Shout out to Classy K. Shout out to California and everybody that was in here for that read, bro. I appreciate you being with me. We're going to see if this has updated. Let me check. This is what I'm seeing as of yesterday. So hold on. Let me read this. Hold on. Hold on. This is smaller. Hold up. In first motion to compel plaintiff Aubrey Drake Graham seeks to have Sir Lucian Grainge added as a document custodian because he is the CEO of defendant UMG, indirect parent corporation Universal Music Group NV. Drake does so even though he previously agreed not to seek documents from Sir Lucian in light of UMG's agreement to designate. Is this what it is, y'all? To produce relevant documentation from 11 document custodians. Drake's motion is a transparent attempt to use discovery to harass UMG and force it to waste time and resources out of spite. The premise of Drake's motion that he could not have lost a rap battle unless it was the product of some imagined secret conspiracy going to the top of UMG's corporate structure is absurd. Sir Lucian is the CEO of a multinational enterprise. His days are spent determining and implementing global strategy, not vetting individual tracks or album covers or driving the release and promotional plans for any one recording. And even if Sir Lucian had any responsive documents, they would surely be captured by discovery from UMG's other document custodians, who were actually responsible for releasing and promoting Not Like Us. Drake does not come close to meeting his burden of showing that Sir Lucian must be a custodian. His motion should be denied. Oh, shit. So they did respond. This is Lucian Grainge's response. Oh, shit. So this is Lucian Grainge's response. Lucian called Drake a conspiracy theorist. hey, they say that I got the tinfoil hat on. Lucian saying that Drake got the tinfoil hat on. Oh my God, bro. Oh. Case dismissed. I wish, man. We still got to find out what the judge is going to say. Oh, man. So Lucian, so this is new, right? I'm not tripping. I don't think this was here before I started. Drake begins his motion by citing a case not involving document custodians and incorrectly assert once plaintiff has shown relevance. The burden is on UMG to show why the requested discovery is not justified. Indeed, UMG has already produced nearly 3,500 confidential documents from these custodians. Drake, by contrast, has produced only his counsel's communication with UMG and public articles and social media posts, nearly all of which were pulled from the internet in the past few months. As to the issue here, the identification and selection of custodians, that is not the law. In fact, it is well settled that absent agreement among the parties, the responding party is entitled to select the custodians most likely to possess responsive information and to search the files of those individuals. That choice is not disturbed unless it manifestly unreasonable or the requesting party demonstrates that the resulting production is deficient. At minimum, Drake bears the burden in showing that the requested custodian is likely to have non-cumulative relevant documents. Referring to a case, requirement that a moving party demonstrates that discovery from additional custodians would be relevant and non-duplicative. Is consistent with I chopped the fuck. I'm sorry. And consistent with longstanding discovery principles. This burden cannot be met with mere speculation. All right, so I hate when they show references, but I guess they need to, right? It's court of law. Drake fails to meet his burden to show that Sir Lucian has documents that are both relevant and non-cumulative as initial matters. Sir Lucian has at most only minimal relevance to this action. As Sir Lucian explains, because he runs a publicly traded multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation, he does not get into the weeds as to the release and promotion of any particular sound recording. Declaration of Sir Lucian Grainge. Sir Lucian, in fact, never heard the recording of Not Like Us. What? Nor ever saw the corresponding cover art or music video until after they released it by Interscope. And this is a conversation that we need to have. Because remember how the songs came out. When Kendrick Lamar dropped Not Like Us, he dropped it the day after Meet the Grams. It wasn't even 24 hours after that song had came out, and he already came out with another song. How would Lucian know that Kendrick was going to drop music? How would anybody know? When Drake had dropped his song, within minutes, Kendrick had dropped his. And then right after that, he dropped Not Like Us again. It was so spontaneous. There is no way that Lucian would be in on it. He isn't going to know anything about Not Like Us until it released Like Me and You. I'm not defending Lucian. I'm not defending UMG, but that's just how it was. The rap battle was spontaneous. There was songs being made minutes right after Drake had dropped. Days after he had dropped, someone else would drop. Not even 24 hours apart from each other. And the fact that Drake is trying to paint Lucian as a guy that is doing all the dirty work, when he's to be considered somebody who has a higher pay grade than doing grunt work like that, is preposterous. And while Sir Lucian Grainge has financial oversight of the responsibility for UMG's global businesses, the proposition that he was involved in, much less responsible for reviewing and approving the content of Not Like Us, its cover art or music video, or determining or directing the promotion of those material, it is groundless and indeed ridiculous. In contrast, Drake's attempt to show Sir Lucian's relevance are so strained that they defy credulity. Drake cites, to his own information and belief, allegations that Sir Lucian was involved in the publication of Not Like Us and played a key role in approving the publication and or failing to prevent the music video's publication. But these allegations, which did not plead that Sir Lucian necessarily did anything at all, are unaccompanied by any facts and thus amount to nothing more than mere speculation, which does nothing to show that Sir Lucian likely has non-cumulative relevant documents, especially given Sir Lucian's sworn declaration to the contrary. Drake's reliance on these allegations is rendered even more ridiculous by his assertion that since the filing of the AC, amended complaint, plaintiff now also has reason to believe that Grainge was personally involved in decisions made regarding the marketing and promotion of the recording around its release. If Drake has facts that he believes are substantiates his bold assertion, he that Sir Lucian briefly praised Drake on the earnings call in 2022 also lacks any connection to potentially relevant documents. Nor does Drake even attempt to explain how his motion is supported by the fact that Sir Lucian Grainge wrote the introduction to UMG's code of conduct, that we are accountable for the decisions that we make and how we conduct ourselves. And Drake's reliance on portions of the code of conduct that he implicitly concedes Sir Lucian did not write it even farther afield. So apparently there's a code of conduct from UMG. UMG has a code of conduct and Lucian is quoting it. I guess they have rules. UMG, obviously, right? They're a label. But Lucian Grainge, or whoever wrote his lawyers, the lawyers for UMG, are talking in regards to Lucian. They're basically defending him, right? Obviously, right? But they are quoting UMG's code of conduct, and they're quoting it verbatim. And the code of conduct, which is the rules of UMG that Drake has to follow himself, one of the rules that they have is that the artist or whoever's tied to UMG are accountable for the decisions that they make and how they conduct themselves. Drake, which means basically that UMG isn't at fault for Drake's actions, bro. That is crazy. That is wild. So not only are they trying to take this to court with these statements of code of conduct from UMG, the code of conduct itself is saying that they are not responsible for the actions that an artist does upon themselves. That is crazy. Shout out to that boy D. He said, nice work going through the docs. WD in the chat, y'all. WD. Let's go, man, for the $20 donation. Bro, that is crazy to me. That is so insane. So I didn't know that UMG had a code of conduct. You would assume, right, that they had some rules for their, but this isn't really a rule. This is them letting you know that if, as long as you're under us, if you're under the UMG umbrella, you would have to follow their code of conduct. And I'm sure this is on Drake's contract. I haven't seen Drake's contract. Maybe that's the play. Maybe the play, because we know that Drake requested Kendrick's contract. Maybe UMG is going to set up a play where, and this is all, we're going to keep it alleged. I'm just guessing. I'm just speculating here. I'm a spectator. If they're quoting UMG's code of conduct, what if they get Drake's contract that they have a copy of because they signed him? That's his artist. What if they show this code of conduct? What if they show this rule in Drake's contract himself? What if they show in Drake's contract that he's accountable for the decisions that he makes and how he conducts himself? And it says his name right there in the fine print, signed and signatured by Drake. And Drake's resilience on portions of the code of conduct that he implicitly concedes Sir Lucian did not write is even farther afield. Likewise, Sir Lucian's denial of false allegations related to Sean Combs, wait, what? Sir Lucian's denial of false allegations related to Sean Combs, the alleged impact of competition between record labels of Interscope CEO and Drake's legal demand provide no indication at all that Sir Lucian has relevant documents. Particularly strange and petty is Drake's assertion that Sir Lucian Grainge should be added as a custodian because he celebrated a Grammy win by Kendrick Lamar, one of UMG's artists, something that is obviously irrelevant, but that surely annoyed Drake. Oh my God, bro. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Oh my God. What the fuck, bro? So Lucian decided to step in late at night and just add some more shit to the fucking table, bro. This is basically their response to Lucian celebrating at the Grammys with Kendrick Lamar. Remember, in that document, they constantly talked about how they want to refer to Lucian Grainge high-fiving Dr. Dre as Not Like Us plays when Kendrick takes the stage to accept his Grammys. They're saying right here, bro, none of that shit is relevant. And the only reason why Drake is bringing it up is because he was annoyed by the fact. Wait till you say what Lucian said directly. Holy shit, we got a quoted response from Lucian? Hold on. The only occasion where Drake even attempts to connect Sir Lucian to the elements of his claims is to argue that the discovery from Sir Lucian Grainge could be relevant to actual malice. But even this argument is lacking. When there are multiple actors involved in an organizational defendant's publication of defamatory statement, the plaintiff must identify the individual responsible for publication of a statement. And it is that individual the plaintiff must prove acted with actual malice. But Drake, again, can point to nothing to suggest that Sir Lucian, the CEO of the entire company, is the individual responsible for publishing Not Like Us. That he has no proof that Lucian is responsible for the accusations that Drake is coming up with, basically calling Drake a conspiracy theorist. Hey, we do a lot of conspiracy theories here, bro. So I guess it takes one to know one. I guess that is a theory, isn't it, Lucian? Hey, bro, don't come at me, man. It looks like Drake is using the tinfoil hat just like me and you, dog. Drake got his tinfoil hat on just like me and you. I think his tinfoil hat is getting fucked up with his braids, and it's sending mixed signals in his fucking brain, bruh. I swear to God, the drizzy front, the lace front with the tinfoil hat on his head is fucking his head up. Swear to God. At its core, Drake's motion seeks discovery from Lucian based on speculation that his position as a senior executive might increase the relevance of his files. But as courts have repeatedly held, this is not a basis of designating him as a custodian. Let me see. Yeah, blase. Denying discovery from high-level executives where plaintiffs' reasoning for their inclusion does not sufficiently show that a search of their documents could provide unique, relevant, and non-cumulative evidence. Denying addition of custodians where moving parties simply speculates that the position of the proposed custodians as senior executives make them relevant. Moreover, any relevant documents in Sir Lucian's possession would surely be captured by searches of UMG's 11 other custodians. For this to be otherwise, Sir Lucian would not only have to been involved in these events underlying this case, but would have to have done so in the way that somehow excluded the individuals actually responsible for the publication and promotion of Not Like Us. Drake never actually denies that the vast majority of whatever relevant documents Sir Lucian Grainge has should have raised them during the meet and confer process, and in all events was required to state them in his motion. His refusal to do so is telling. So they're saying that Drake is full of shit and he don't got anything to back up his claims in regards to Sir Lucian being responsible with anything that he's claiming that he is responsible for. Oh my God. I did not expect this one, bro. This is a crazy read. I've seen a good amount of people cover this story. I don't think this was out until tonight. So Drake claims that the amended complaint alleges direct involvement in the Grammy publication by Grainge, but no such allegation is actually in the amended complaint. Wow, interesting. Lucian has are likely duplicated elsewhere. He asserts that his duplicativeness issue is meaningless and irrelevant, but long-standing discovery principles require a movement to demonstrate that discovery from additional custodians would be relevant and non-duplicative. All right, mentions of another filing, yada, yada, yada. Drake's denigration of the relevant standard betrays his inability to meet it. Drake's argument about deputing is both inconsistent with the weight of authority and also misses the obvious point. If whatever relevant document Sir Lucian has are eliminated by deputing, then searching the irrelevant documents that remain would have only minimal marginal value. Even the case Drake cites recognizes the duplicativeness. Concern should preclude adding another custodian. If the party otherwise produces a considerable volume of documents, and here UMG is producing documents from 11 custodians. Drake's argument that he needs to know whether a particular document was in Sir Lucian's possession or sent him in a non-sequitur, since communications produced from the 11 designated custodians will show that he was sent or received by Sir Lucian. Drake's barb about UMG's untested factual avertments is mooted by Sir Lucian's declaration. And regardless, his argument inverts what is Drake's burden to justify Sir Lucian as a custodian and would circularly require UMG to conduct that very discovery at issue, which is why it has been repeatedly rejected. Noting that the plaintiff argument about defendant's ipsdexect assertion of duplicativeness misconstrues the nature of plaintiff's burden here. Contrary to Drake's assertion, this discovery dispute is not about the viability of Drake's claims, though they are indeed meritless, but rather whether Lucian has any non-duplicative materials relevant to these claims. Ultimately, Drake resorts to a heads I win, tails you lose argument asserted. Hold on. That's funny. Ultimately, Drake resorts to a heads I win, tells you lose argument, asserting that Sir Lucian should be added as a custodian regardless of whether he is likely to have non-duplicative relevant documents. In other words, Drake argues that Sir Lucian must be a custodian for no other reason than because Drake asked for him. That is entirely inconsistent with the law and is particularly inappropriate given Drake's request is clearly based on a desire to harass UMG rather than for a legitimate reason. Drake's motion should be denied. I think there's another page right here. Damn, bro, this is crazy. Hold on. Is it this? Okay, so there's one more page that was added to this. Get the likes up, y'all. I did not expect Lucian to go crazy in the middle of the night. There's two more. Well, this is the one that I just read. Hold on. Oh, yeah, you're right. There is two more. What the fuck? Hold on. All right, so this is the entirely inconsistent. Okay, so hold on. I what? I thought there was right now I saw two and now I'm seeing three. Hold on. What page was this? Page 4? Drake's bar. Okay, hold on. This is the one I just read. Hold on, damn, because there's three, bro. I just read one. I need to make sure I read it correctly. Hold on. At least in the proper order. Okay, so this is in first motion to compel. Okay, hold on, guys. I got to make sure I got the right one up after this one. Drake's second letter motion seeks to compel the production of documents. Respond. Is this the one? I gotta zoom in a little bit. Well, this is the one right after the one I read. So hopefully this is the one where they quote Lucian. They're saying that they quoted Lucian. So let me see. They have them with a statement. Drake's second letter seeks to compel the production of documents responding to certain requests for production. Drake seeks production of Kendrick Lamar's full recording contract, documents showing the value of Kendrick Lamar's recording catalog since January 2020, Interscope's monthly revenues and profits over the same period, Interscope CEO John Janik's executive compensation for the last 5 years. I believe John Janik is the dude over there at Interscope that was also named in the witness list. As with his motion concerning Sir Lucian Grainge, this motion is nothing but an obvious attempt to misuse the discovery process. That's what we've been saying, bro. He was throwing shit at the wall to make sure that it sticks in his discovery process. They're saying the same shit. The attempt to misuse the discovery process to pursue irrelevant and overboard requests principally calculated to harass, embarrass, or annoy Drake's perceived adversaries. So they're saying that this is Drake's mere attempt to annoy everybody that he considers an adversary. This includes Kendrick Lamar, who is plainly the real target of Drake's anger, Interscope Records, the label that distributes Lamar's recordings, Interscope CEO John Janik, and UMG more broadly. Drake's relevance arguments for these evasive and overboard requests are unfounded. While broad discovery is available under Rule 26 of Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, it is not without its limits. Requests must be reasonably calculated to lead to discovery of admissible evidence. Courts should not allow parties to roam in the shadow zones of relevancy, and the discovery requests that are merely fishing expeditions must be denied. Oh my God. Drake seeks Interscope CEO John Janik's private and highly confidential compensation detailing going back to 2021, 4 years before Not Like Us was ever released. Yet Drake makes no attempt to explain how his intrusive request for 5 years worth of individual compensation records is conceivably relevant or proportional to this case, which centers on the release and promotion of a single track and music video in 2024. There is none, and his argument in support of discovery of any on Mr. Janik is compensation information. None of us, which even attempt to link Mr. Janik's compensation to any decision to release Not Like Us in particular, fail miserably. That is a good point to make. What does any of the shit that we did back in 2021, even if it involved Mr. Janik, what does that have anything to do with the relevancy of what's going on now? Whatever you're requesting back in 2021 has nothing to do with what came out in 2024. You are simply asking for extra information because you're just full of it at this point, is what they're saying. It's what they're saying. Drake's only explanation for seeking Mr. Janik's compensation details is that Mr. Janik was incentivized to promote Lamar's music because as CEO of Interscope, his bonus is based in part of Interscope's financial performance. Tellingly, Drake, so you mean to tell me that it's his job to promote Kendrick Lamar? It's his job to do that. So you bring up Mr. Janik because he is doing his job, is what you're telling me. That is crazy. Imagine someone taking you to court because you were doing your job properly. Like, imagine going to court because you were doing your job. Make sure y'all hit the merch, man. I got another shirt cooking up. I can't wait to show y'all. Make sure y'all tap in with the merch, bro. I appreciate everybody who's bought a shirt. At this time, let me just say that I'm very thankful, bro. I wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for everybody in here, bro. So I love y'all for that. Thank you so much, bro. Love and support. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the moderators in the chat. Shout out to Hammer, J-Tom Reactions, and Zenas47, man. Thank you so much. Tellingly, Drake does not argue that such an arraignment would have even given Mr. Janik any incentive to promote Kendrick Lamar over the Interscope artist or Not Like Us over any other recording that Mr. Janik thought might be a commercial success. Instead, Drake manufactures the basis of such a motive out of thin air, speculating that because UMG CEO encourages competition between its record label divisions, UMG's compensation structure must be a zero-sum game, pitted Lamar's label against Drake's label. But this theory is nowhere to be found in Drake's complaint, which states that only Mr. Janik's bonus is based primarily on the financial success of Interscope. The proposition that Mr. Janik or any corporate executive running a division of a large business is partly compensated because of the performance of that division is entirely unremarkable. Drake is not entitled to discovery into UMG's most sensitive and highly guarded records, which are not public anywhere, let alone 5 years of them based on such a flimsy showing. Yeah, they're not going to give him shit, bro, let alone shit from 5 years back is basically what they're trying to tell us. The applicants have not explained how much requests are proportional to needs of the case in Rule 26 requires. The breadth of these demands is unduly intrusive and appears designed to harass the persons and entities covered by the demands, because that's exactly what it is. It's harassment. You are just trying to throw shit at the wall in hopes that hoping that it sticks. And you are naming all of these individuals. You are naming Mr. Janik, Kojo. You are naming Sir Lucian Grainge. You are naming all of these people because you are trying to find something that is going to be helpful to you. But it's not. So let's see. We almost got this. Damn, bro. Hopefully, where is the quote? Is this the right page, y'all? run even further afield of any relevance claimed. Drake seeks Interscope 2024 executive incentive metrics, targets, projections, and performances used to determine annual incentive compensation for Interscope's executives and officers. Drake offers no basis for the request beyond the meritless arguments about Mr. Janik. That is not surprising, as his complaint makes no allegations about the compensation of any other Interscope executive. The request is nothing but a fishing expedition that should be denied. Fishing for information, fishing for more shit because you don't have. And let me just paint the picture for you. If Drake is fishing for information, that means that he has nothing. If Drake is making these requests that he had, now we're in the future. This is currently after he's made all those requests. After the request that we read 2 days ago or a day ago, this is the response right here. And they're saying that all he is doing is trying to look for shit because he doesn't have shit. And he's abusing the discovery process to try to get more information because he has nothing else. And he's desperate. At this point, they're just saying that he's desperate. Request 29 and 30 seeks all documents from January to these are the response to the request. Oh my God. Request 29 and 30. He's responding to the request right now. Seeks all documents from January 2020 to present relating to any instruction, direction, or suggestion that any song or music video over which UMG has contractual right or control of any kind be censored, modified, or altered, or not licensed, published, or promoted based on the content of the song or video. No 30 seeks the number. Request 30 seeks the same with respect to any music by rapper Pusha T, including particularly the story of Adidon. Holy shit! A different diss track from a separate feud that attacks Drake. A different diss track from a separate feud that attacks Drake. Number 29 is grossly overboard and unduly burdensome. UMG has a catalog of more Drake's claim that UMG's sole objection to request 11 and 12 is relevant. Number 81 and 2 is false. UMG objected in its initial response and continues to object on the basis that these requests are irrelevant and not proportional to the needs of this case. I pray to God they answer to number 78 and number 51, 2, and 3. Those are the ones. Then 220 artists and brands. The idea that it should review records for every single song and music video that is exercised contractual rights or control over for the last 5 years to respond to this request, which sweeps as broad as seek documents related to even suggestion of modification, is absurd and unworkable. Number 29 and 30 also fell on relevance grounds. Drake alleges that UMG's standard long-form recorded contract includes a provision permitting to eliminate material that believes constitute defamation or libel. 50, and that any historical exercise by UMG of such right is relevant. But UMG's capacity to censor or modify content under separate contracts has no relevance to its capacity to censor or modify content under a contract with Lamar. UMG has produced the relevant sections of its they're talking about Kendrick Lamar's contract. Produced the relevant sections of its contract with Lamar bearing on any right to modify or censor his songs. That is only contract relevant to Drake's defamation claim. Drake's only other relevance argument is that documents showing any attempts by UMG to censor rap lyrics would be relevant to testing UMG's position that rap lyrics are not understood by the reasonable listener as conveying factual information. Number 81 and 2. This argument fails because the reasonable person standard is, as the court noted, an objective question of law. The subjective views of any specific individuals do not factor in. 31 and 33 requests that Drake had made, this is their response. Drake makes only a passing attempt to justify RFP number 81 and 3, which are irrelevant, invasive, and entirely overboard. They are clipping all of his shit. They are saying, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. All of this shit is stupid. That's what they're saying. Drake's purports to need documents showing 5.5 years of Interscope's monthly revenues and profits to be able to compare the financial impact of Not Like Us on Interscope and UMG to past years. The notion that Drake could isolate the impact of Not Like Us from Interscope's top line financials is nonsensical, as any numbers of events in the previous half decade account for shifting revenues and profits at Interscope. Even taking his flawed position as true, Drake offers no basis for what he needs: 5 years of financial data. There's no reason why Drake needs 5 years of financial data if Not Like Us had dropped 2024, and that's the only thing that we're talking about. So their point is, why go back 5 years when all of this shit just happened last year? You have no reason to go back and try to compare and contrast these things when there's no relevance to what you're trying to request. Drake's explanation to number 33 is equally nonsensical. He states that he needs the valuation of Lamar's recording catalog for the last 5.5 years to support his theory that UMG was incentivized to promote Not Like Us, not only to profit in near term, but also to heavily monetize in the future. UMG wanted to prove it could immediately maximize Mr. Duckworth's value to convince him to re-sign exclusively with UMG long-term. What this means is anyone's guess. Drake makes no attempt to explain why discovery on the historical value of Lamar's recording catalog has any relevance to his claim that UMG tried to convince Lamar to re-sign with UMG, or how that relates to Not Like Us. It does not. There is no reason why you should go far back in regards to Kendrick Lamar's catalog when the beef didn't even take place during those times that had already passed. You are reaching. You Fantastic Four reach, by the way. Throw the fours up, y'all. Fantastic Four reach, by the way. Reed Richards reach, by the way. Reed Richards with a REACH. Drake's RFP request number 1 seeks any contracts between UMG and Lamar reflecting UMG's right to approve, reject, refuse, or publish, edit, amend, alter, or veto the publication of Lamar's songs or videos. The parties agree that UMG would produce any portions of its contract with Lamar reflecting such rights and redact the remainder at Drake's request. UMG also agreed to leave the contract section heading unredacted. UMG did just that. Drake nonetheless now moves for an unredacted copy of Lamar's contract. This is when they talk about him requesting an unredacted contract because his lawyer said that it was incomprehensible and it was unreadable. So they request an unredacted copy of Lamar's contract. This appears to be another instance of Drake seeking discovery based on his grudges. Requesting another instance of Drake seeking discovery based on his grudges. Drake called on Lamar to release his contract during the rap feud. Show me your splits. Oh, pull your contract because we got to see the split. Oh, yeah, that was push-ups, was it not? Big shout out to everybody in the chat. Big shout out to everybody that's in here, man. If you're just tapping in right now, we are reading the newest update in the lawsuit. So previously we were reading the transcripts, and now this is UMG and everybody from that side responding to the request that Drake had made when he was talking about Kendrick's kids, Day Free, Kendrick's contract, and everything else in between. Drake cannot explain. And real quick, y'all, the moderators, make sure y'all, if y'all want to support the channel, super chats are off. If you'd like to donate to the channel, Cash App's the top right corner of the video, and it's pinned at the top of the comment section. I appreciate everybody. If not, you could just hit the like button. It helps a lot. Thank you so much, and back to it, man. Drake cannot explain why the rest of the contracts is relevant. He contends that the redactions deprive him of context, but the portions of the contract bearing on UMG's right to refuse, reject, or otherwise edit Lamar's music, videos, or accompanying artwork that have been produced and are entirely intelligible. Drake contends that the contract should be produced in full on principle that the courts oppose unilliteral relevance redactions. But that is not an absolute rule. Exceptions apply, whereas here, commercially sensitive information is at issue. Commercial information such as budget figures, performance metrics, and other business performed was properly redacted. Holding that competitively sensitive portions of licensing agreements that were not relevant to the issues in this case could be redacted. So they only redacted things in Kendrick's contact. They only redacted things in Kendrick's contract that were irrelevant to the issues, not relevant to the issues in here. Big shout out to Zenus47 for the $25 donation. W Zenus in the chat, y'all. W mod W Zenus in the chat, y'all. Let's fucking go, y'all. W Zenus47, y'all. Let's go, man. Let's go. W Zenus, man. Hold on. Gotta chug this real quick. Now there is one more page. I think I read it. I think I skipped the page, but we're gonna get to it after we finish this paragraph and see what other requests that they had asserted. Someone was saying that Lucian Grainge was quoted to make a response, so I want to see that too. W Zetas again in the chat, y'all. WD, Torture Talk, W Eric, W Gene, W the Heartbreak Kid, W Clifford, W Anissa, W Tayshawn, W Matza, W Alberta, everybody in this bitch, man. W Marie, everybody, man. The redactions here shield highly commercially sensitive information. Drake has made no showing whatsoever as to the relevance of the redacted portions, the subject matter of which may be gleaned from their headings, and the ongoing competition between Drake and Lamar requires the exercise of additional caution with respect to the commercially sensitive information. Drake also argues that the existence of the attorney eyes only, which is known as AEO, designation in the party's protective order abrogates any otherwise justified withholding or redaction of documents, including confidential and proprietary business information. As even the protective order in place, the disclosure of commercially sensitive information can be harmful. So there's basically saying there's a lot of reasons why we redacted the contract, but it's nothing that you're insinuating. It's because it's a lot of information that needs to be redacted under the filings. That is simply telling UMG to apply the AEO designation in the protective order does not eliminate the risk of harm from disclosure of its commercially sensitive information. Given the fact that the redacted information is not relevant, redactions are appropriate, which is true in the court of law. And what they're saying is that whatever was taken out of whatever was redacted from Kendrick Lamar's contract was only removed because it was irrelevant to the situation. So the fact that they were requesting Kendrick's contract and they were requesting a more unredacted version is illegal technically because it doesn't fit their narrative. It doesn't make sense to what they're talking about. It's not relevant to what they're saying in their argument, right? Accordingly, Drake's demand for an unredacted copy of Lamar's full contract should be denied. At minimum, the court should conduct an in-camera review of the contract before ruling plaintiff's motion. So they're gonna review this shit. They're gonna make sure that Drake doesn't get a hold of the redacted information because it's irrelevant to the case. That's their argument. And I guess at minimum, the court should conduct a in-camera review of the contract before ruling the plaintiff's motion. So they're going to review Kendrick's contract before they rule plaintiff's motion. That is crazy, bro. So we're moving to the future now. And they're responding to all of Drake's ridiculous requests. Now, I do believe that I skipped one thing. Let me see. Seeks the first Lucian Grainge. Seeks to have Lucian Grainge added. Okay, so was it this one? Hold on. Second letter motion seeks to compel the production of documents responding to certain requests. Okay. Request 11. Request 29 and 30. I already read this. First motion. Okay, so this is, let me go up here. I think there's one more page. Second letter motion seeks. Okay, let me go. First motion. Let me go back up here. Drake second letter vote. I think it's the same thing. Hold on. Unless it's this one. Oh, that's the same. Oh, this is it. This is Lucian Grainge's response, y'all. Get the likes up, y'all. We about to see what Lucian Grainge is about to say. This is crazy, bro. This is, I guess, the best way to end it, right? I think, I mean, I might have read it in a misorder by one or two, but hey, man, we're here, bro. It's fucking 2 a.m. where I'm at, so. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this guy, bro. We got the Drake stands in the building, bro. We got the Drake skins in the building, bro. Dick riding at 2 a.m. is crazy, bro. Come on. Let's get into it, bro. Hold on. I gotta take a swig. Hey, bro, got the likes up, y'all. I appreciate everybody in this bitch, man. We almost to the goal, man. I appreciate everybody that's been here in support of this. I thought I was just gonna read the previous transcript, but it looks like they already responded to all of Drake's bogus ass requests. And I didn't think that they were gonna put this shit in real late at night, bro. I really caught a good time to watch this and read this live with y'all, bro. Very fortunate for us to be here at the same time all together, man. Love to y'all, man. I love y'all with all my heart. I'm gonna hit a bow. Get the likes up, y'all. I'm gonna hit a small bow because I don't want to be too faded, bro. While I read this fucking document. All right, so let's continue. Man, this is getting good, bro. He said, I, Lucian Grainge, declare as follows. I am the chairman and CEO of Universal Music Group, which is the indirect parent corporation of defendant UMG Recordings. Plaintiff Aubrey Drake Graham, also known as Drake, claims that I was behind a scheme to devalue his brand through the release and promotion of Kendrick Lamar's recording of Not Like Us. An allegation that makes no sense due to the fact that the company that I run, Universal Music Group NV, has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in Drake, including long-standing and critical financial support of his recording career. The purchase and ownership of the bulk of his recording catalog and the purchase of his music publishing rights. It also makes no sense whatsoever as I run a publicly traded multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation whose operations is over 60 countries covering nearly 200 markets ultimately report up to me. Our business encompasses over 100 record labels, as well as a multinational music publishing division, global merchandise, and direct-to-consumer businesses, the worldwide Virgin Music Label Services. Short and long form audiovisual production and variety of other businesses in which its own CEO, president, and its own management structure. Collectively, these businesses issue tens of thousands of releases and product each month. My focus is on developing and implementing the global strategy that will shape UMG for generations to come. In light of this responsibility, the proposition that I am in the weeds as the release and promotion of any particular sound recording from the thousands of UMG releases throughout the world is farcical. Given my role, I am accustomed and unfortunately largely resigned to personal attacks, and I further recognize that a frequent strategy of UMG's litigation opponents is to attempt to waste my and UMG's time and resources with discovery of the sort that Drake is seeking here, either in attempt to gain media attention or in an effort to force some kind of commercial renegation or financial concessions. But given Drake's motion, I would like to make it quite clear that I had never heard the recording Not Like Us, nor ever saw the corresponding cover art or music video until after they were released by Interscope Records. While as a part of my role, I certainly have financial oversight of the responsibility for UMG's local businesses, the proposition that I was involved in, much less responsible for, reviewing and approving the content of Not Like Us, its cover art or music video, or for determining the promotion of those materials is groundless and indeed ridiculous. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct, executed on August. Clap it up, bro. Shout out to LP for the $5 donation. He said, fuck Labrie. Hey, bro, I think Lucian Grainge said the same thing. Fuck Labrie, bro. Oh, my God. WLP in the chat, y'all. WLP in the chat, y'all. Oh, my God. He said, fuck Labrie. Oh, my God. Damn, Lucian said, cap. Yo, man, hold on. Oh, my God. Hold on. Sir Lucian Grant said, cap. All of it is cap, Your Honor. He's lying. Your Honor, he's lying. He's full of shit. Shout out to Chris Day 77 for the $25 donation. W Chris Day in the chat, y'all. WLP. W Chris Day, y'all. Let's go, man. So now that we've come to the point where Lucian has openly said, I have never heard Not Like Us, and he's willing to go on record, willing to hand on the Bible in the court of law. He is willing to say, I never heard that shit when it came out, Drake. You're smoking crack. Allegedly. My God, bro. He said under perjury. Shout out LP for the $3 donation. He said, you lied. You lied about the lawsuit. You lied about number 32 and 31. You lied about number 81 and 82. You lied about number 50 and 52 requests. You lied about John Janik. You lied about Kojo. You lied about me. You got me fucked up. Hey, Lucian Grainge. Hey, bro. Lucian Grainge said, you got me fucked up, bitch. Fuck you. Hold on. got me fucked up. Pussy. What is Kendrick saying? Not like us? Pussy. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Hey, bro. I thought I was just going to do it. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, bro. Hold on. I thought I was just going to read this transcript like everybody else, bro. I didn't think I was going to get Lucian and Grainge's response right in front of my desk, bro. Woo! He said one more time because absolute cinema. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Right here. Absolute cinema, bro. Absolute, bro. I can't be mad. Absolute cinema, bro. Chat. Name all the lies. Name all the lies, chat. You heard Wendy Jenkins. Name all the lies. Shout out Dime a Dozen in this bitch, y'all. Salute, man. Woo! Shout out to the Spitters. Shout out Dime a Dozen, man. Let's fucking go, bruh. Hey, isn't it crazy you never brought up the daughter? Like, hey, bro, let me just call it for what it is, bro. Hey, out of all of the shit that we talked about, notice that we've never talked about a daughter. Maybe he just thinks that it's just not real, and he thinks it's cap, and he don't bother with it. Or maybe it's true, allegedly. We won't keep it alleged. But this shit is crazy, bro. This shit is wild, man. We got Lucian and Grainge cooking Drake. That's going to be the title for the next video. Lucian Grainge cooks Drake in UMG lawsuit. I already got it cooking up, bro. Bro, one more time for the people who missed it, bro. I certainly have financial oversight of the responsibility of UMG's global business. The proposition that I was involved in, much less responsible for, reviewing and approving the content of Not Like Us, its cover art or music video, or for determining or directing the promotion of those materials is groundless and indeed ridiculous. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct, executed in August. He signed it in cursive and told him to go fuck yourself, bitch. I'm chilling in Monterey, California, and I'm smoking on that fucking OVO pack, pussy. Fuck you. My bad. Allegedly. I'm biased. I'm not biased. I'm unbiased. Fuck it, bro. They leave it like that, bro. They leave it like that, bro. Let's fucking go, man. Let's fucking go, bro. We did it, y'all. We read the transcript that happened in June 30th. The day before that, we read all of Drake's requests. And currently, we just read the response from the lawyers about those said requests. And not only that, we also got a public statement, a 4-page public statement from Lucian Grainge himself, addressing a majority of the accusations that Drake had talked about. Damn, that is crazy, bro. Hold on, I gotta take a breath. I kind of moved everywhere. I was kind of like, oh my God, that is crazy, bro. That is crazy. I'm unbiased. I'm unbiased, by the way. I just put it out there. I'm just reading the case, bro. Oh Oh my God, bro. This is insane. So I declare under penalty perjury. Okay, so let's look that up right. Declaring under penalty perjury. Let's look that up real quick, shall we? I'm gonna look up exactly what this means. Hold on. Fucking ads. Let me just screenshot. So I want to get a better understanding, y'all. I've never been a guy to. I won't tell you that I know everything, bro. I'll never do that. I only just tell you what I think or tell you what I've been looking into. But I also have to educate myself, do my due diligence, and all of that shit, right? So hold on. Let me do just that. Let me see. All of this is all hyperbole. It's all rhetoric and hyperbole, y'all. And look, what is a statement under penalty of perjury? Understand the legal commitment involved in signing under penalty of perjury and framework that governs truthfulness in official documents. So it's about truthfulness, okay? A statement under penalty of perjury, and I got my shit right? Okay, yeah. Is a written declaration where the signer affirms the truthfulness of the document's contents. The affirmation carries the same legal significance as swearing an oath in court. I told you, hand on the Bible, hand on the Bible. Its purpose is to provide a reliable and truthful basis for official decisions without the formality of an in-person oath, because that's what it felt like. When I was reading it, the first thing that I thought was like, so he's doing this so he won't go to court in person to say this, right? That's exactly what I was thinking as I was reading his statement. You don't make a 4-page statement just for no reason. He only made a very lengthy statement because he was going to swear it under perjury, so that way he doesn't have to appear in court and say what we just read right now. Oh, okay. I fuck with it, bro. We learn something new every day. Woo, man, bro. We fucking did it, y'all. Oh, I'm glad, bro. I'm glad. Hey, don't tell no what did Lucian Grant say? Don't tell no lies about me, and I won't tell truths about you. Hey, bro. What'd he say, bro? He said, the superpowers get neutralized. I could only watch in silence. hey, bro. Nah, he's a demon, bro. Lucian Grainge is a fucking demon, bro. He said, the superpowers get neutralized. I could only watch in silence. Oh my God. Don't tell no lies about me. I won't tell truths about you. Absolute fucking cinema that I just read, bro. If y'all are just missing it or just tapping in, Lucian Grainge just responded to all of Drake's bullshit involving him in a 4-page statement, bro, under penalty of perjury. He's saying no cap in my rap. All of the shit that I say is facts, and I'm willing to put hand on the Bible and back up back up all the shit that I just said, bro. My God, this is crazy. Lucian dropped bars. This was Lucian's euphoria. That's what we're gonna say, bro. Lucian just dropped euphoria on Drake in the court of law. Big money out there right now. I'm pretty sure wherever Lucian had wrote this shit, he probably wrote. Hey, how do you think Lucian had wrote this shit, bro? You think he wrote that shit with a cigar in his mouth, like with thong slippers, with thong sandals, with fucking cargo shorts and a fucking Gabriel Iglesias shirt, like a Hawaiian shirt? Like, how you think he wrote this shit by the pool? Oh my god. So it said the famous actor I have a contract look paranoid about. The famous rapper that I once signed is now spiraling. Oh my god. You just said you won't Tootsie slide me into this. What's crazy, and I just want y'all to put it in context. All jokes aside right now, right? Let's get serious for a second. These documents literally just dropped right now. Everybody has been covering the story all day. There's been a few people from different sites covering this exact shit that we read when it came to the transcript and the request. But nobody has officially read these documents because they just came out an hour ago, 2 hours ago. This shit is brand fucking new. And the thing that I want to point out about that is that Lucian Grainge is out here posting shit to the documents at 12 at midnight for everybody to fucking read. He just dropped a haymaker at midnight. Do you guys see how crazy that is? Big shout out to LP for the $4 donation, man. Let me see LP. Wrote it with a Monica Lewinsky under his desk. Hey, WLP in the chat, y'all. Hold on. Let me quote you. Let me quote you on here. WLP in the chat, y'all. WLP. Wrote it with a Monica Lewinsky on his desk. It's crazy. Oh my god, bro. So I'm gonna definitely gonna make this in a shorter context video for everybody to check out at a later time, either in the morning or the afternoon. But anybody that's donated at this time, you will be getting a shout out in the comment section of the video. So everybody and pinned to the comment section. So everybody that's donated will get the shout out pinned to the comment section of the video, man. And as well I got a new shirt coming up, so I'm gonna have y'all check it out first. So actually, let me just show y'all, bro. I've been working, man, bro. I'm so hyped over this response. It got this is Euphoria, Lucian version. Put him on the feature, bro. I swear to God. This is just a little piece. I was fucking with it a little bit today. I got this shirt, y'all. It's in the process. It's in the process, y'all. But I'm cooking up some new shirts right now. I'm trying to get used to the website. But nah, you're good, bro. Shout out to Clients Happykins. W Clients in the chat, y'all. Nah, you're good, bro. I must have not seen it, bro. W Clients in the chat, y'all. W Clients in the chat. If I missed it, bro, I'm sorry. I was reading the document, so I couldn't read the chat. But thank you, bro. I appreciate you. This is the I made this out of the inspiration from his pop out. You know, my character wears a red hoodie, so I had got an inspiration from his pop out wardrobe I had made the image before that. But I just liked how he always wore a red hoodie on that shit. So y'all tell me. This is just the merch that I got cooking up soon. Yeah, bro, that's my logo. It kind of goes with my logo. That's why I was trying to merge my logo with the picture of Kendrick and shit. Yeah, that shit go crazy. Yeah, I should quote, but I didn't want it to be like copyright. So I don't know I don't know the context of everything about wardrobe and clothing sales. But yeah, this is just something I'm working on. They didn't believe I just made it the other day. Yeah, the link is right here, y'all. Yeah, man. So W chimes in the chat, y'all. Like I said, anybody who's donated is gonna get is going to get their shout out pinned to the comment section of this video. So I'm going to make a shorter version of this video and post it on YouTube. Damn, bro. Hold on. Let me catch a breath because, oh, everybody hit a bow. Everybody hit a bow, man. Oh, I didn't even think of that, bro. Taylor Swift is going to drop a fucking album with 12 songs. I don't even think Drake's going to drop, y'all. Up the skull with him. This is crazy, man. Fucking bonkers, bro. Let me close out some of these tabs before my shit start going haywire. Okay. So Lucian said, put that on my mama. I never did shit with Not Like Us. I love that, man. You really got a fucking executive out of their body writing a fucking statement at fucking 12 at midnight, 4-page statement, just to tell you how fucking out of pocket you are, bro. Insane work right here. Shout out Popular Thug for the $10 donation. W Chime and W Thug, bro, in the building, man. Show them some love, y'all. Show them some love, y'all. W donation, y'all. I appreciate y'all 100%, man. Oh my God, man. This is crazy. I can't believe Lucian and Grainge had posted this shit like at midnight, bro. This is crazy. I wonder if anybody's already responded to this shit. Let's check this out, shall we? Hold on. Let's check out if anybody's already read what we just read. Oh, yep. Yeah, we got some people out here, man. We got a good amount of people out here. So I guess they got this clip of DJ Who Kid. So look at this. Check this out. I guess this is a narrative that people are trying to paint right now. This is 1 a.m. Look how fast they try to paint a narrative. DJ Who Kid just a few weeks ago was talking about how Lucian Grainge got involved when Drake's push-ups first leaked. Now Lucian expects us to believe he never heard or saw Not Like Us artwork before the release. He is spiraling. Why are we going to take into consideration what Who Kid said when he was the one that helped produce push-ups or was the one that was used by Drake? At this point, he's compromised, if you ask me.
So what he did is he leaked the song as if I would leak the song. So he did the whole nostalgic blueprint of what I would do. He leak it, cause chaos, where, even Lucian Grainge got involved with that. I was like, yo, that's why I was like, damn, I'm going to hide to get this shit. I don't want no Lucian Grainge getting mad at me, man. I'm out here. See, my problem got me in the fucking barrel and shit. So what he did.
Bullshit. You're talking on a podcast, talking out of your ass, because now Lucian Grainge has openly stated that I never read that shit. Full of shit. You do realize if Lucian Grainge gets caught lying under oath, he could go to jail, right? Allegedly. Fuck you, bitch. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I don't want to hear none of that shit. DJ Who Kid, you need to talk about the allegations that you are not correcting, dumb bitch. Before you start talking about Lucian Grainge, start talking about how you're not talking about how Diddy is getting confused with Kendrick Lamar, stupid bitch. You're on Diddy's flyer, stupid hoe. Look at this shit. Hold on. Look at this shit. Fuck DJ Who Kid. I don't give a fuck. Look at this shit. We about to get vulgar, y'all. I'm about to cut this part off. Hold on. Tell me what's on this. Tell me what's on this flyer, bruh. Tell me. Look at this shit. Who's on there? Who's on there? You think I give a fuck about what you say, bruh? Bitch. Who is on there? Who? And why hasn't Who Kid cleared up these allegations? So you think for a second I'm going to believe what he says? You're out of your fucking mind. He hasn't even spoke up on the allegations itself. What makes you think I'm going to believe what you say on a fucking podcast, bruh? Mr. Baby Oil himself. Whew! So no, don't be going to Bag Fuel. And we already know what Bag Fuel said. Remember, they said that rap was boring because Drake isn't in the spotlight anymore. Do you think that I would listen to a compromised podcast with a compromised DJ, bro? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Shout out LP. He said, Drake sold his soul. Dot distributes through UMG. WLP in the chat, y'all. Drake sold his soul. The Dot distributes through UMG. That's what it is. Like a damn snitch. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna cut that part out, bro, because I was kind of wilding right there, but yeah. Oh my god, bro. So we already see the new narrative. Don't be surprised when you wake up in the morning and they're quoting DJ Who Kid and Bag Fuel and all of these other podcasts that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And remember where all this information is coming from. Bag Fuel was saying that they needed Drake at the number one spot. Shit wasn't the same because he was running around with the whores and posting his gambling slips. Don't listen to DJ Who Kid because even though he was the DJ for Kendrick Lamar at that time, he also was the DJ for P. Diddy during this time of these allegations being mixed up, and he still hasn't came out and cleared this situation. He is the only person that was there with Diddy and Kendrick at the same time, yet he's never openly said anything. I think it was a play that Drake had brought up Who Kid in the Push-Ups song because he knew, let me lean towards Who Kid. Let me put Who Kid in my favor so that way he won't speak up on these allegations that I know are fucking cap. I just figured it out, bro. Drake used Who Kid on Push-Ups so Who Kid could be on Drake's side. We'll keep it alleged, bro. But I see the play. DJ Who Kid is compromised. There is no fucking way, after what I've read and what I've heard, that I don't think that DJ Who Kid is compromised like a motherfucker. The reason why I'm saying it is because he was there with Kendrick Lamar around the same time these accusations started popping off. Isn't it funny that Drake decides to work with the only guy that could clear up these allegations? Isn't it funny that Drake is cool with the DJ that is the only person that could clear up these allegations? Isn't it crazy, bro, that Drake decided to lean into favor with the only person that could clear these allegations of Kendrick's abuse to Whitney? Let's just keep it a bean. They both gone. DJ Enough too, also in question. He's been real quiet. Fucking crazy, bro. I know the play. I see the play, bro. Woo. So let's think about all of what we just read. Let's go back. Okay, my bad. Let me go back to this stuff. If you ask me, I think shit is about to get drastic. Shit is about to hit the fan on levels nobody's going to understand. Nobody is like, do you understand how serious it is for a fucking head executive to write a 4-letter statement at 12 in the morning and update it to this lawsuit at this time? Like, that is crazy, bro. Now, granted, he's doing it because he doesn't want to show up in person. But still, bro, the declaration under penalty of perjury is him basically putting his hand on the Bible and swearing under oath. Crazy, man. Crazy. So we're going to do final thoughts, y'all. We're going to do final thoughts. But right before that, let me just put this right here. Are they on a yacht? Hold on. I just got to find another image. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, yeah. Everybody's tagging me in this shit, bro. We got ahead of the curve with this one. Oh, man. They are working fast, bro. They are trying to prove this. They're trying to discredit this. Fuck no, bro. We got him. We fucking got him, bro. Nobody was expecting this response this late, bro. This is crazy. The internet is shattering again. Oh, let me see. This is crazy, bro. What we look. I'm gonna read the comments, y'all. Y'all tap in. Shout out everybody that's in the building. Shout out King Hammer for being the moderator for tonight. Shout out Tracy. Shout out Wendy Jenkins. Shout out Furry B Productions. I appreciate your art, bro. Shout out Popular Thug 29 for still being in the building. Let's go, Popular Thug 29, for the donation, man. Thank you so much. Shout out everybody that's in here. Noah King, everybody in this bitch. Beautiful Spirited in the building, man. Trey in the building, man. Freshly Sweet in the building, man. What is up, bruh? In the pocket. Good to see you, bruh. We're getting to the final thoughts, y'all. So if anybody doesn't know or isn't new to the channel, this is when I just get on my bullshit, bruh. We've already covered everything. We have already did everything and more. And I'm parched than a motherfucker. I'm about to hit a bowl, and we about to get down to it. I'm about to hit the Discord and about to see what everybody is thinking, bruh. So make sure you tap into the Discord if you want to say your piece, bruh. Let's get it going. How is everybody feeling tonight, bruh? Now, you know I'm talking my shit, bro. But the thing is that you got to see the clip that they're going to try to spin now. what I'm saying is, I understand. No, I'm sorry. I probably that you know, I talk out of pocket sometimes. But my problem with Who Kid now, that what I was basically saying is, if he was there during these accusations of Kendrick Lamar when P Diddy was there, also he was both of their DJs. Why isn't he the one that has spoken up about these allegations and cleared the air? If you were there with Diddy and Kendrick, why don't you just clear the air and say that Kendrick wasn't there? But you know what's crazy is that Drake leaned towards Who Kid and made him the producer for Push-Ups, or at least used his sample in Push-Ups. So that makes me believe that Drake was leaning towards him because he knew that he was the only one that could clear these allegations when they started, in my opinion. We'll keep it alleged. But that's what I was just trying to say. And now we're seeing him talk about Lucian saying that he heard all of this shit before it happened, when Lucian is on paper saying that that never happened. Crazy. No, you're not wrong. I thought the same thing, bro. I didn't think we are going to see a Lucian response this late at night. This is like Euphoria, Meet the Grams. Like, Lucian dropped? Look, that's crazy. Lucian dropped? All right, y'all. I'm going to hit the Discord right now. If everybody want to tap in, make sure that y'all hit the link as well. King Hammer, if you could put the link, I appreciate it. I'm going to take a piss, bro. I'll be right back. Lucian said, we got no albums dropping tonight? Fuck it. I'm going to drop then. All right, we got the Discord link in here. Kendrick and Taylor should drop a collab album. All right, so let's see what the people are saying, man. Let me close out some of these tabs. Hey, bro, from everything that I read, absolute cinema, bro. Absolute cinema. Didn't think that we're going to get a fucking response as we were reading the information. This is fucking crazy. Hold on. Let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going, y'all. Hold on. Big shout out Treble for the $75 donation, y'all. Let's go, Treble. W Treble in the chat, y'all. W Treble in the chat, y'all. WLP, W Treble, W Popular Thug, y'all. Let's see what the people got to say, man. Woo! Everybody that wants to chop up, talk about whatever the fuck that we talked about right now, make sure you join the Discord, y'all. Make sure you join the Discord, y'all. Hold on.
Damn.
Yo, you there, bro?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, bro. I hear you. Oh, let me turn my camera on, bro. Hold on, let me move this motherfucker right here, man. All right, bro. So tell me, man, did you just see what we just saw, bro?
How can I not? You was over there screaming in my ear. I got my headphones on and off, man. This is crazy how far this has gone, man. Like, this is really disappointing.
Everybody tap in, bro. Everybody get in here, man. Hey, W, hammer in the chat. This has been the moderator for the night, bro. Everybody give a round of applause, bro. W treble, WLP, LP in the building, man. LP, you there, bro?
You want to be the only one on cam, or?
Shit, whatever, bro. You can put yourself on if you want, bro.
Shoot, I'm just over here chilling at my little setup. Go on, we got you right now.
Let's fucking go, man.
This is definitely a little too crazy for my liking. I would have to mute myself on here.
Everybody get the likes up, y'all. Everybody make sure that you like the video in this bitch, y'all. We in this bitch, y'all. What up, bro? What up? LP, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm about to whip up some little munchie snacks right now. So I'm just listening for now.
All right, man. You do your thing, bro. So what do you tell me what you think about this, bro? What do you think about Lucian and Grainge calling Drake Cap, bro? Tell me about that real quick.
Hey, man, it's about time to put the little boy in his goddamn place. Look, think about it, man. Hey, look, I grew up with you cry too much to get your ass whooped, man. OG don't play that shit, and it's like in my household, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm living with my girl, and her son. Every time he get out of control, I better look, man. Go ahead, you better go ahead put your foot there. We act like Drake. You like, oh my god.
So you saying that Lucian is sonning him?
He got to, man. He got to put him in his place because for years he played it off like him and Lucian and so
We're solid, but they never met. They never talked. They never been together in person.
Neither was him and academics. They got academic talk.
So you saying that Drake is to Lucian to what academics is to Drake?
Facts.
That's a cold narrative, bruh. Now I fuck with that, bruh. I fuck with that, bruh. So you're just being honest. You're just telling it how it is. Like, bro, we know that I've been filling your pockets for years. Why would I ever? Because when I read that shit, bro, I'm not gonna lie. It was like someone who was disappointed, low key. It was like, bro, you.
Hey, JV.
What up, bro?
JV. Why would you kill a nigga that owed you $460 million?
Why would you?
We need that back.
Expeditiously.
Look, yeah.
Yeah,
Look, a life insurance ain't guaranteed to get everything, but when as long as you're alive and you on the land of living, you making this music, it's not. Look, I don't give a look. I'd rather get it slow than never.
Very true.
But the crazy thing is that Drake could probably make it faster than anybody on the label, right?
Yeah.
He could make it back.
Because look, the thing is, he still has a major fan base.
Right.
So they're gonna support him regardless.
Right.
But the people that's tired of his shit, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit.
Like no one's gonna listen to Ice. At least the majority of people that have a good concept of what's going on are probably not gonna listen to Iceman. Now,
Hey, look. Hold on, real quick. Let me cut you off real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna put the bring the proof out the pudding.
right.
Like Jalopy said, not only just motherfucking blackout for his album, just don't give him no streams. For the ones that listen, just to hear if he listen, just for the ones that don't fuck with Drake, just want to hear if he's saying something slick and trying to restart the beat.
Right.
Don't give him no streams. When this motherfucker realized how he lost, he losing. That's when he realized how much this little midget with a size 7 men's on and kicking your ass.
Hey, no.
Midget over there kicking your ass. And look, he ain't even look. And it's not even off his music. It's all your shit and you can't sell.
Right. Right. And this is all. What's tripping me out is that they're not even getting to Kendrick's lyrics or nothing. They just using his lyrics on him. That whole time I was reading that shit. They were just talking about Taylor Made. They were talking. The crazy part was that the judge was like, I noticed you took Taylor Made off of the amended complaint. Like, that is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
That's like why you take that shit off? It's crazy. Think about that, bro. The judge was like, why'd you take that shit off, though? like crazy press them,
Yeah.
crazy press.
Just like they wanted them to start the shit from Not Like Us, as if all these other songs didn't drop before that.
That was the whole argument that they had started talking about. See, that was the argument back in June 30th, and they were trying to say that it was a thing within itself. But I like how the judge was saying, bro, there is no way that we could separate this from every single song in the beef.
No, bro, that's like if motherfucking I come out and say fuck JV, and JV come back do another video, boom boom boom, but then I get mad at the end because you got a big ass following, and now I want to sue the nigga because he tried to kill my career before he got started.
Crazy.
But
I see what you're saying.
how he get started? Well, I don't know. He did a video
Right.
saying fuck LP out of nowhere.
You're not giving me the context why you're suing me.
Yeah. I do a whole video. You know that nigga the Bill, JV? Yeah, I don't like that nigga, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Then you respond. Hey, nah, man, look, Your Honor.
Yeah, and then go crazy.
I
Yeah.
never said nothing to this man. I'm trying to raise my son.
Yeah.
I just want to know why he's picking on me. Why I'm just trying to be in the same place. I want to be like him one day. Cause that's pretty much what Drake's saying. I want to be like him one day.
Right. Exactly.
That's that nigger, yo.
That is crazy.
I don't think Sandra ever whooped Drake's ass.
Whooped his ass?
No, she never did, bro.
Because this victim mentality has been going on for way too long. This man is not grown up, and
right.
It's such a shame. Like, as a man, I'm just looking at this. Like, how am I older than Drake when Drake is older than me?
He damn near 40. Yeah.
Like, how are you 40 years old and you still playing these high school games? He was the high school bully that got his ass whooped, and then now he's over here clawing and scratching, just trying to keep that same reputation he had before he got his ass. Like, yo, take the L, deal with it, leave. Whatever, change schools. At this point, change schools.
Change schools is great.
Don't show your ass back up.
Don't go to class tomorrow though. Like what? Like
he is that kid.
He's like, don't show up to class tomorrow, bro. I'm about to go crazy.
That's right.
Because that's what he's doing, bro. He's trying to to take the industry down with him.
He got a vein in the middle of his head right now.
Yeah.
This whole thing.
And you know that main thing Axe said, if I go down, everybody going down with me.
That's that mentality though, bro. That's like that.
Yeah.
That loser mentality.
That's what that is. Bitch made.
Yeah, like if you can't win, you're gonna take every single person down with you because you just can't come up with a W. That's the fucked up part about all of this.
But he never really had a W. Even with the whole McMill situation, I stand on it. If you get exposed for ghostwriters and claim that you're the best writer or the best hip hop artist at the time, of course, if you're gonna sit there and claim, you can't do that in this game. In this game, it's nothing but authenticity. Nothing but authenticity. Like if Mobb Deep came out and they had reference tracks right now, is that gonna tarnish their legacy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, so listen. I fully get where you're coming from. So in your eyes, he's 0-3.
Yeah, he's been 0-3.
Yeah, for sure.
First, you get exposed for not liking your music.
Thank God.
You get exposed for not liking your music. That's an L. I don't care how much we play it back to back. Back to back was a dope track, but at the same time, dog, you don't write your music. If Quentin Miller's out here, someone lost a leg, lost a career that potentially could have went somewhere, could have actually had like an impact on the game because of how well he writes and how well he produces and everything. Had he had gotten his career off, that would have been great. But look at where he is now. Everybody looks past him. Everybody just looks at him like, hey, you're the ghostwriter, aren't you? He's labeled now as just the ghostwriter. So dealing with Drake, he took the biggest L out of that. Then Pusha T forced this man to go be a father. No man should ever be
Yo.
No, that is your responsibility. You take care of what you put in because you put it in.
And remember what we
Second,
just read. And my bad, bro. Remember what we just read right now in the response to the request that he had made. They said that Pusha T and the story of Adidon has nothing to do with the case right now. So that request in regards to Pusha T that he had made a few days ago, they responded to that now and said that shit is irrelevant. There is no reason why we should be talking about past beefs, including Pusha T. The reason why that is crazy also is because in the same breath when Drake did that, he also implied that UMG had backed him up in regards to claims of helping him over Pusha T by suppressing Pusha T. So not only do I think it benefits UMG by not openly by not wanting to talk about Pusha T, it also puts into light how they also protected him. So in hindsight, is it saving them? Is it saving face if they were to just say, don't bring Pusha T up at all? Is it an admission of guilt or is it an admission of that has irrelevance? Because I could see it being both parts. Because they did protect Drake against Pusha T. They did suppress him.
Drake is not an actual individual in their eyes. He is an investment. He is, like, I remember what I told you, what I had said the other day?
Yeah.
How Drake is Grand Theft Auto 5 and UMG is Rockstar Games. They're going to milk him as much as they can, boss, in order to make sure that they get every cent, every penny out of him, because that is what he's worth. He's very marketable. He's able to appeal to any and all people around the world. He's, like cosmetically, Drake is like the artist. I get it.
Right.
But when it comes down to authenticity and relatability, which is what hip hop is honestly pushed from the ground from, it's the roots.
Right.
He don't have that. And like I said the other day, your character validates your music. If I can't
relate to you
or relate to your character,
right,
then I have nothing of substance to gain or take away from your music. Your music is useless, it's pointless, and it's just background music. It's just Target shopping with a passion or shopping with an attitude, as Most Def
had said in the interview.
He don't have nothing to give. Drake has nothing that he can say that I would listen to.
Right.
That I would actually take to the heart. There's nothing there. That's why whenever this Iceman situation comes out, I'm gonna go ahead and laugh while people listen to it, because they're just gonna get the same song that they've been getting for the last 15 years.
It would be crazy if, how would I say it? It would be crazy if we started talking insane, if we started being disrespectful on Iceman as this shit is going on the lawsuit. Imagine him talking all his shit on Iceman while this is going on in the lawsuit. That's the only thing that would probably upset me about that album. I mean, I wouldn't really listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it, like, honestly, but
get out of here with that bullshit. You should have went back in the booth and not did Hard Part 6. Hard Part 6 was such. Ooh, it makes me mad. Hold on. Let my phone. Hard Part 6 never should have happened. He should have retaliated with another club banger that would have at least saved him from more humiliation, because Hard Part 6 was basically it wasn't Millie Bobby Brown don't even say anything. Like, bro, come on. This Epstein angle, come on, bro. What are you saying? I don't want to dish you anymore. Shut up, bro. Shut up. Then get out of here. You don't need to be here. You're not gonna sit here and attack. What are you? I've never heard a more defensive diss track in my life. Nobody has ever been in defense mode. Everybody's always been on attack mode. Every diss track that you can ever name, ever list.
He was copping pleas. Yeah.
Like all of you from Rakim and Big Daddy Kane, nobody has ever been in defense mode. Just Drake. And that's unacceptable. Not here.
Yeah, he don't belong here, man.
No, he don't. and he's still not getting the picture. He's still rapping. He's still not. He can go back to singing. He can go back to the melodies. Stop acting tough. You can't act tough. You can't act tough. You gotta be tough.
Troy D. It ain't on you. It's in you.
Yeah.
Oh, the shit.
Good catch. I ain't catch that one.
Shout out Ray in the building. Hey, look. So let me tell you this, right? So when I was reading the lawsuit, another thing that had caught my attention was when the lawyer had asked about the allegations that Drake had said about Kendrick. When the judge had asked Drake's lawyer, are the allegations about Whitney and the abuse and the children, are they true? And the lawyer that Drake has asked her to repeat that. You know, in real life conversation, if I ask you a question and you could hear it perfectly, the only reason, hold on, LP. Yeah, thank you, LP. So the only reason why anybody would ask themselves to repeat themselves if they heard them clearly the first time is only so they could come up with enough time to respond to that. You see what I'm saying? Like if I asked you a question, bro, and you tell me, can you repeat that? It's probably most likely that you heard me, but you're just trying to come up with enough time to respond to what I just said. And I feel like that's what happened when she brought up Kendrick's allegations. She said, Drake had said, these allegations, are they true? And he said, can you repeat that? And he said it again. And what was the first thing to come out of his mouth, bro? He said, I don't know. That's the crazy part to me. And now moving forward, because this was June 30th, now that he's making these requests, he is wanting to know about those same accusations. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So now that you got grilled in court, now you want to bring those requests of Drake's accusations to the forefront. I don't think it's going to end well, bro. I think the judge got the lawyer out of his body. They're desperate, and now they are asking to try to legitimize, if that's a word, try to legitimize Drake's lyrics to try to back up all of these unnecessary claims. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but guess what?
You got to do this.
Guess what? Lucian been trying to tell a nigga like, hey, be careful what you ask for.
Because you just might get it.
Trying to dismiss the case to save him. Because he's
Hold up, my bad, y'all. Anybody that's tapped into the Discord right now and wants to have their conversation added or have their piece added to this conversation, tap into the general, y'all. Y'all let me know. All right, go for it, bro.
If we are going to be validating hip hop lyrics, which is something that Drake was against when it came down to the Young Thug song, right?
facts.
So let's keep that in the back of our head.
I'm sticking up with the razor.
Back to it.
Oh yeah, the hyperbole, the hyperbole.
At the end, yeah. Kendrick also told him at the end of Euphoria, what? If you take it there, I'll take it first.
Yeah.
It's something you don't want to do. He said, let's keep this a friendly phase. You should keep it that way. I know some shit about that we're gonna want.
Listen, I like Drake.
That's crazy, bro.
Now the thing is that Euphoria was not only the perfect, like personally, Euphoria was the best thing to come out of this, other than Not Like Us, of course. But Euphoria was the epitome or a prime example of a perfect diss track. Not only was every bar dedicated to him, and it broke down everything about Drake and his character, but it was just his character that he was assassinating. He wasn't doing anything you know, like what Drake is doing right now, and all of it can be validated. All of it.
You know what I call that? You know what I call that? I mean, you be working, right? Have you ever heard the phrase CYA? CYA? Cover your ass.
Can't say. Oh yeah, of course. Now that you gave the context, yeah, I got you.
So cover your ass, bro. I think Euphoria was Kendrick's way of like, if I'm gonna diss him, I know he gonna sue. So let me keep it a legend, but maybe Kendrick. Why is Not Like Us filmed in front of the courthouse? Why?
Because he already knew. He already knew.
Woo! Telling you, bro.
Somebody is all. Go ahead.
But look, real quick, same reason why he put on that red button shit before Family Matters. Showing the whole video of it. That's the only video from the beat.
Look. And the reason why I bring that up, bro, the reason why I'm saying can't cover your ass is because of the context. If Not Like Us shows the courthouse in Compton in the music video before the lawsuit was ever announced, it only leads me to believe that Kendrick in some way knew that Drake was going to sue. Maybe he just had a feeling that he was going to do so. What's funny is that you would probably think Drake would probably sue me. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Using Drake for clout.
Who said that? Hold on.
Boy, get out of here with that.
Hold on. Hold on. Elton, shut the fuck up, you stupid, ugly bitch. Fuck you, stupid hoe.
Know something. Kendrick never needed Drake for clout.
Never. Never.
One, I will say this. Drake gave him an advantage when it came down to that tour, but he didn't need that. He gave him a leg up with that. What was it? Paradise or whichever.
What? Poetic Justice? What are you talking about?
No. It was when Kendrick was coming up, and he already had solid fan base, solid listening, and then Drake took him on tour with him, which was a good look, but that he didn't need it. That's one thing. That's the only thing that these Drake fans ever harp on. Took him on tour. Shut the fuck up,
bro. That doesn't matter. What matters is what you do after the fact.
Exactly. Kendrick put in the work.
Look, and shout out to Pro. Look, hold on, and I don't want to cut you off, bro, but let me just break it down to you. Remember when Mac Miller was big, bro? Mac Miller was so huge that everybody fucked with Mac Miller. People were wearing cargo shorts because of Mac Miller. Everybody was wearing fucking wooden necklaces because of Mac Miller, plaid because of Mac Miller, Diamond Supply because of Mac Miller. And who was opening for Mac Miller? It was Pro Era, bro. It was Capital Steez and it was Joey Bad. And the only reason why I bring this up is because even though that they were opening up for him and Mac Miller had the fucking crazy fucking impact, even though they opened up for him, it was what they did after the fact. So even just putting that to Drake and Kendrick, it didn't matter if they opened up for Drake or Drake put him on tour. It's what you do with that after the fact. He could have put him on tour and he could have fell out. Where's Block Boy JB? He had the fucking Drake feature, and where the fuck is he? So I don't believe no Drake stimulus package. I believe once you get the feature, you do whatever you do after that. Go ahead.
Hey, he just recently dropped the song and nobody heard it.
So I haven't heard it.
Where's this interview at? Where's the ciphers at? Where's the work at? Where's the hey, I need to be heard. I don't care if I got a song with Drake. I need to be heard. That's what Kendrick sat there and not only ran underground hip hop, but real hip hop for the longest time. And the only reason why y'all weren't hip to it was because y'all were so damn obsessed with just having club bangers and music to just vibe to instead of something that actually stirs your soul. How many of y'all ever heard how much $1 costs? How many times have y'all sat y'all sat there.
Rich nigga, broke phone.
Yeah, Rich Spirit. Now, my favorite song from Mr. Morale was Die Hard. I was going through that same situation. I was going through the same situation, me and my wife, where we were, you know, like we had some space, and you know, like that song, I was like, hey, baby, I really want to play this song for you because I feel this, and I want you to understand that this is not going to be our reality, and I want you, and I love you forever. And that song alone brought us together. No Drake song is ever going to sit there and make me want to look internally and change myself for the better of my other half, instead of sitting there thinking about what they're doing, texting them late at night. Oh, you left your mama's house, you're 38, nigga. Grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. Ain't no reason for you to be crying like this on mainstream, and then we got all these sensitive ass, pussy ass people out here doing some derogatory hood rat shit that is not good for our community. Melting our brains. Not okay. Feed yourself. Feed your soul. Don't waste it.
Yo, hey, bro, no offense, bro, but I would have played We Cry Together instead.
Don't do that. I ain't gonna do that.
That's baby.
I mentioned that Bill has merch. Did you see?
Bro.
Bill has merch?
Yeah, bro. Tap in with the merch, man. Whatever you can, bro. Hey, bro, like it.
Nah, I don't think that's sticking me.
Hey, bro, I got a new joint. You saw the new joint? I'm working on the new one, bro. I'm trying to make it at a cheaper price. If I keep it simplistic, I'll be able to make it at. Yeah, I gotta use that site. But shout out J Tom Reactions, because he got me hip to the whole bunch of shit that I would have never discovered type shit. So and he helped Quality Rock. Yeah, bro. Hey, bro. Hold on. Real quick. J Tom Reactions is a channel on YouTube. He's trying to get to 1,000. He's the reason why I got merch. He's the reason why Quality Reacts got merch. Go follow him and get him to 1,000, bro, so he can monetize his shit. He's been out here helping, bro, doing God's work. So
I'm currently at 94 subs right now.
Get King Hammer to 300, bro. 500, so he could go live, bro.
And the thing is that I sub back, and support is free, so I'm here to support whatever you doing.
Hey, bro, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for y'all and everybody in the chat, bro. So I appreciate you taking your time and effort, bro. And shout out to you, because I know you be working just like me, bro. We all work every fucking day, bro. We do the most degrading shit. Right now, where I'm at, bro, it's 115 degrees, dog. So don't even get me started on the heat working outside, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I'm on Mercury right now, but I'm gonna get to Earth soon.
Listen, all I'll say is I'm very passionate about hip hop. I'm a hip hop enthusiast. No matter what, if you come to me about the history, about the impact, and about the future of it, I'm not gonna say that I'm all knowing, but I will say that I'm a very, very valid source. I don't think DJ Acrobatic was doing his job correctly, because he uses his influence and his knowledge behind the scenes in order to validate his opinion and influence people to a point where it's wrong of him, and he knows that.
He still won't delete the page.
Yeah.
Nah, his bias is way too apparent to the point where
he don't care, bro. He gonna keep that shit up, bro. I'll tell you right now, he ain't deleting that page, bro. He put too much work into that shit to even just consider deleting it, bro. That's how his mind works. Like, he thinks that he's put. You know what I'm saying?
No, I used to love sitting there, you know, getting the feed, getting the
information,
and wanting to know what's going on with hip hop and everything. Like, trust me, I respect you for his craft and what he does.
Right.
This beef though definitely showed
his true colors.
Man. And it wasn't cool. It wasn't cool of him to be so heavily linked on one side. And I see the other streamers, and I see all them pushing the same agenda, and it's unsettling, because they're pushing for more derogatory behavior within the community instead of the growth. which is honestly what we all need. There's people that go to work and rely on hip hop to get them through the day, and nobody wants to hear about turning out, popping, popping sands and lean and all that. We need to hear something that's gonna, get us through our day.
Don't get it twisted though. I'll listen to 3-6 Mafia. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like I
just joined. My bad, y'all.
Shout out to Marcelli, my Slack, bro, for joining on the fucking Xbox, bro. Coming in from the 360 party, bro. What up, bro? How you doing, dog?
I'm just in Little League Baseball, my nickname was Doughboy because of 3-6 Mafia, Doughboy Fresh.
Dope boy, the dope boy, Fresh.
That was my nickname.
Fresh, yeah. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, man. So what's up, man? What do you think about this whole shit, bro? You've been caught up with the live. Where you at with it, bro? Marcelo. He probably went AFK, bro. The UMG got him, bro. UMG got him, bro.
No, my Wi-Fi is trash. My fault.
Where you at with it, bro? Where you at with it?
I'm in Seattle.
No. But where you at with the context of the story that we've been talking about on live?
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. I've been working 11 days. I just got in.
So let me break it down to you. So you know, 11 days is crazy. Bro said I fucking 11 days is crazy.
11 days, but my Wi-Fi, I might have to rejoin.
No, but let me tell you, hold on real quick before you leave, bro.
I don't want to have you guys repeat.
No, fuck that. Since we're talking about work.
Hold on, I'm gonna rejoin.
All right, but when you rejoin, I'm gonna ask you something, bro. I respectfully look, bro. And since we're talking about work, because this all has to do with work, right? Imagine if you sued your boss over some bullshit, and then your boss is like, "The fuck are you talking about?" like imagine, bro. Hey, you know what I'm saying?
You're still working there. You're showing up every day.
You show up every day to work. You're still working. You're still employed by them, and they fucking burn the fuck out of you in court. You think you're gonna show up to work the next day, bro? This shit is crazy. This is how I know that Drake ain't ever got an ass whooping as a kid, bro. Because you know damn well you don't bite the hand that feeds you, bro. Respectfully, like I wouldn't sign. First of all, I would never sign.
My bad.
You're good, bro.
That was good.
I would never sign.
My bad.
I would never sign because I know that I would have to succumb to what you say or do. That's why in that document they brought up the code of conduct. And in that code of conduct that they had signed, they had said that they are not responsible for what Drake does on his own time. Imagine what Drake's contract says legitimately as he falls under a UMG artist. If he falls under a UMG artist, they had busted out one of the things that is in the I don't know. We'll keep it alleged. But that sounded something that every single person signed to UMG has to take acknowledge for. They basically said that he had to take accountability, bro. They said that we are not responsible for the actions that you put yourself in. Think about that. Really think about that. We don't. If you get arrested if you get arrested at your job is not responsible for your arrest. They are not responsible for anything you were involved out of y'all's contract or out of y'all's business of employment. And that's basically what he hit him with. We as a company, as your employer, are not responsible for the things that you get involved in. And even though we publish Kendrick Lamar as well, we are not responsible if you guys go at it with each other. That was the important part, besides Lucian saying that he never knew that Not Like Us was going to drop, because it shows you that in the code of conduct of UMG, you're responsible for your actions. The problem is that Drake fails to take accountability. And that's where we're at now. Yo, we got Spartan in the building, man. We see a lot of villains in the Discord, bro. Damn, bro. Y'all be in the villain Discord or what?
Listen, I'm in almost everything.
Shout out the villains, man. Hey, what up, bro?
I'm active.
Nah, you good, bro. Hey, Spartan, you there, bro? Yo, Spartan in the building, bro. What up, bro? Marcel in the building. What up, bro?
My Wi-Fi's better. But yeah, I'm gonna have you guys repeat yourselves over and over.
Nah, you're good, bro. Let me just tell you right now, bro. If it was if you work, right? You said you work. So if you were working at a job and you signed a contract to that job and they said that they're not responsible for the actions that you cause outside of the contract or your employment, then whatever you do is on you, correct?
No, yeah, that's facts.
So let's just say wherever you work, if you were to get arrested if you were employed and you get arrested wherever you were at, would you sue your company because you got arrested on their grounds?
No, that's on me.
Exactly, bro. And basically what Lucian Grainge had said to Drake was those exact words. In the code of conduct of UMG, they are not responsible for the actions that you do outside of their employment or outside of their contract. That's what they said, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, Kanye, as crazy as he is, he was right.
About Lucian?
Yeah, about like him being Drake's rich baby daddy.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He did say that. But what's crazy is that Drake had ran around acting like he knew Lucian personally when they've never fucking met, bro.
Yeah,
weird, bro.
He is.
He weird, man. This is the same man that tattooed LeBron.
And then he covered it up.
He did. Give him that. He covered it up.
Hey, JB.
What up, bro?
Look, I love your channel. But can you imagine if we ever met? And I'd be like, yo, my nigga, look what I got, bro. And it's the Bill tattoo.
Nah, you lying. That's crazy, bro. Nah, don't do that. I'll be tripping out, bro.
That look is all you're gonna get from me.
Nah, he a sore loser at this point, bro. Nah, that record that we just read, bro, that was like Lucian Grange's Euphoria, bro. But back to the Euphoria shit, bro, because I think we could all agree. Hold on, let me share my screen right here. Okay, so check this out, y'all. Check this out, right? Hold on. I gotta share this shit. So look.
My team.
This Euphoria track, bro. I feel like this right here was Kendrick covering his ass, bro. I think that this was Kendrick's way to create a song into where he would warn Drake that if we continue, I will take it to a level that you will not appreciate. And we will continue to go this far until you decide to do something drastic like sue. But the important part to note is that everything said on here was something about a fortune teller. When I read that shit, I was like, bro, he feel like one, honestly. I swear to God, bro.
Think about it. Part of the lawsuit is when he said, the rabbit hole get deeper, I can go further, I promise.
Right.
Ain't that something? He promised. Why is you so scared of that line?
Who joined the building? Who's in the building, man?
A few people joined.
It's your native Tracy. What up, man? Is that Cubby Bear right there? Let me find out, bro.
I'm a little. I've had a few drinks. I'm not lying.
I'm faded in the motherfucker, bro. What up, bro? What? Oh, hold on. Who's that talking right now? Let me know. Hello. Eternity. What up?
Hey.
Hey, so tell me, what do you?
This is just a continuation of the battle. I love it.
Let's go. So this is round two. This was round two.
dropped, I was walking my little sister to preschool, and I said, "Hey, we gotta hurry up. I gotta put my AirPods in. We gotta get you to school."
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna get good.
Euphoria was crazy. Hey, bro, you want to know what's crazy? Hey, when you said that, bro, when Euphoria dropped, bro, I called in, bro. I swear to God, bro. Hey, bro, when Euphoria dropped, bro, I called into work, bro. I shit you. Hey, I just clocked in and I was like, I gotta go. My stomach hurts.
Hey,
We'll
I'm
understand
glad
later.
all y'all. I've been with the bill since Mr. Fissing Good.
Oh my God. Yeah,
So
hell yeah.
It's all full circle. You understand me? All the way down to the court case.
Hell yeah. We were talking
Yeah,
about
this
the
is
Mark
crazy,
Hotel
'cause
like
I've
a
been watching
motherfucker.
The Bill for a while.
Yeah.
That was that dude from Always Sunny with the map and the red lines on the map.
Oh yeah.
As it broke it down.
Yeah, bro. I be losing my mind off this shit,
I'm
bro.
like,
Bro, I feel bad sometimes.
It had me the rabbit hole. So yeah, I'm ready to be here.
Oh yeah, man.
Hey,
That,
Bill,
what up, bro?
hey, you will be certified as a real journalist, man.
Nah, I appreciate it, man.
These fathers, man, I swear to-
That
Back
means
to
a
the
lot, bro.
facts. Yeah.
Yeah, you a certified journalist, bro.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I don't
Yeah, I want to give you a props too because you had me. I knew I never liked that dude, but you made me go into like the stuff that was already out there on the paperwork, on the everything, way before there was even a beef.
Shoo!
Let's go.
I'll let you tell it. I swear to God, man. I swear to God. And you know what's crazy is that I hate to bring up the dude, right? The dude that's on Twitter that's going crazy right now. You know what I'm saying?
Let him go.
My thing is, and I've told that what's my saying, bro? I keep it alleged, bro. I never try to say that I know things as facts. I never try to portray things as legitimate or 100% correct. Everything is just speculation, and it's just my personal opinion. It's just that sometimes I just happen to get it correct. It's not that I'm trying to be right. It's just that I'm using context clues and critical thinking just to make an assumption. I'm not trying to just come out here and try to spin a narrative like the other side is. You go on Twitter right now, they're already trying to prove what Lucian Grainge said on documents as false when he took an oath under the court of law. Like, what are we doing, bro? You are referencing bag fuel when they just said in the last episode that they love to see Drake with the horse. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
And then we also have to keep in mind that we're dealing with a different class of people, you know. So there's still some tricks in the game. We only can just dwell on what we see in paperwork and what we see in things that actually connect, you know.
Right.
And that's what I like about that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and anybody could do it, man. Like, I don't have anything that I'm using that's better than the next man. All I'm doing is just trying to find the information and trying to find a logical outcome. I'm not trying to knock anybody else that has another saying. I always said there was no wrong answers. You know what I'm saying? It's only just what you think is right.
It's not, but if it connect. You know what I'm saying? And we all can take a piece of what everybody brings together and be able to see different spots of it. You know? And this has been spots that we've been connecting for like how many years now?
Shit, going on a year and some change for real. Like the way that I look at it, we've been going crazy.
Been doing it from before then. So
But hey, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not even gonna lie to you. That means a lot, bro, because I get fucked up on this bitch, bro. I'd look up the information in front of y'all. Like, I'm not sugarcoating shit. I'm not hiding shit, bro. I'm literally showing you that I am doing this in front of y'all, bro. I'm not everything that everybody else does, bro.
My new job called it open source information.
Open source info. Yes. That's I heard of that before. Yeah. I'm gonna start saying that. Fuck that. I'm gonna start saying that.
I got it.
Look, let me tell you this though. When I started doing this, bro, I never tried to make myself the person with. I'm not trying to be a know-it-all. I'm just trying to just give my piece.
You were trying to be a help. Yeah. I remember. I was there.
But I love the fact that we've come to this point where now the information is starting to come out. We've been anticipating this information in this lawsuit to come out for some time now, and now that it's finally been released to the public, it looks like it has the other side scrambling to try to make right of their situation, try to make right of their wrongs. You see what I'm saying?
They can't
That's
recall.
called discovery mode, right?
Yep, this is right now. And remember when we read the lawsuit, the judge, when she had talked to them, she said, I'll come back with a conclusion. So she hasn't even gave the motion to dismiss yet. So she'll have to come back and give her answer. She might still keep going, but it doesn't look like it's going to end well for Drake. And I hate to say allegedly. You know what I'm saying?
Allegedly.
Right.
I'm just thinking on a common sense thing. Okay, if he amended his stuff to try to figure out if Dave Freed is his child, so then that means you opening up yourself for discovery to see who your children are.
And what kind of skeletons you have in your closet.
Okay, so it's open up Pandora's box. Do you really want this?
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Who else knew it was some bullshit when he brought Adonis on stage?
Oh, I felt like, yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw how
If you know, you know.
Yeah.
that kid did not want to be there, and he knew it. And so did Drake. Drake didn't
It was
want
all
him
a ploy.
Like I said, Pusha T forced that man into being a father publicly.
And do you want me to push up?
Oh, and look, another thing I got. Think about it. Once again, his album coming out, and who else comes? Guest appearance, Adonis.
Oh, wait. But why haven't they brought up the daughter, though?
Exactly. They will never do that because, boom, it's back to their original question. Are you a real man or not?
Yes, because haven't even tried to fight against that yet.
You
Why
want to
does
prove
he
facts.
every gram?
Look, so let me tell you this. Hold
I
up.
sometimes listen to Meet the Grams when I'm doing leg day at the gym.
That's crazy. You're a fucking demon, bro. You're diabolical. You should be arrested for that.
No.
Baby.
Hit dogs do holler. Okay?
I like that. Yeah.
Hit dogs do
No, top dogs holler,
that's
bro.
why they'll know he didn't say in that court case because there's a lot of things that he put out there that it wasn't anything. It was just like, oh, just follow the rabbit. You know? If you see what I see, come back.
Come back. Yep.
Okay? And that's why he's never going to sue
Yup.
K-Dot.
Then let me tell you this.
Stuff gonna happen.
Do you remember in Euphoria when he said, let's speak on percentage.
Mhm.
Show me your splits.
Yeah.
I'll make sure I double back with you. Do you remember that?
And that nigga neck.
You were signed to her. That was signed to her. That was signed to her.
That's signed to her. That's signed. Okay.
RTDT says top 5, be quiet.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, because he got a new smile.
Nah, because you got a slit throat. That's what I heard.
Yeah, that man's really alive.
Oh, right.
and what you gonna do for it?
That shit be crazy, bro.
But yeah, he got a new necklace.
I thought you said he got a new neck. I thought you said he got a new neck. That was crazy.
They were trying to give him that bow tie.
And then Laurie tried to go outside and show that he was so comfortable to be outside in the darkness of, was it Belgium or something? While he was looking over.
Man, I don't cuss.
Man, construction workers ain't even in the gym.
Look, yo, hold on. Euphoria one more time. Euphoria one more time. Why would I call around trying to get dirt on people? Y'all think my life is rap? That's whole shit. I got a son to raise, but I can see you don't know about that. Oh my God. And I think he brought, and he only brought Adonis. And I'm gonna keep it a legend. Look, I'm just gonna say this real quick. He only brought Adonis on stage to make him look less of a bitch. He tried to make himself look good by bringing the son on stage.
Because we all were clocking it at the beginning when Pusha T came out with it.
He pulled the victim card. He pulled the I'm a good guy card.
Look at my son. Look at me. Yeah. Yep.
He pulled everything. Then he pulled the. My son was conceived here.
That was crazy. I was like, that was crazy, bro. Chill out. That was wild.
See, that go back to Euphoria. That go right back to Euphoria because, like, it was when he came out. When Larry came out with the Nickelodeon stuff, things, I'm on a different age page than y'all, okay? So my kids were watching him in a little wheelchair. They were just telling me randomly about this little dude, and I said, I don't want nothing to do with that, okay?
Right, Degrassi.
Hotline bling on high.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it was 2016. I think it was like 2017, bro. What's crazy is that a lot of things considered about the content that Drake puts out, it's not really relatable to the audience that he tries to sell. That's why he would use Atlanta, because Atlanta was at least something that he thought that he could use to try to boost sales in another audience that he couldn't connect to. You see what I mean? It's like the same thing. He tried to stay relevant.
His first music video was him being a coach for high school girls basketball.
Best I ever had.
All the girls running in slow motion.
High school people would be bad then.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm just gonna leave that there. I had an argument on Facebook the other day with a homeboy of mine, like we go back, and he was protecting this lawsuit, and he was like, well, if he didn't get caught a PDF file, then maybe things like, like if he didn't do anything that was PDF file worthy, then why are we even having this conversation? He still hasn't responded. That was 2 days ago.
And remember, and just because we read the lawsuit, remember Euphoria when he said, everybody go to chapter 2, verse 3 of Euphoria. And everybody remember when Kendrick said, don't speak on the family, Crody. It can get deep in the family, Crody. Talk about me and my family, Crody. Someone gonna bleed in your family, Crody. Hey. And what happened, bro?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right here. I got it.
I'm telling you, bro. He continued to go in. He continued to say things. And he warned, bro, in this song, he warned them 4 different times. He warned them 4 times.
If you're being warned, then why are you going to even dare to go further?
And then he warned them not only in the songs, but also in the videos, too. Because when he got snatched up and, what was it? Yes. And he got snatched up. That was the warning too. And now, like us said, I got all the people around me, multicultural. We is in here.
And we have the courthouse waiting for you.
We here.
Not like us had the courthouse. No, that's what I'm saying, bro. I think he wrote Euphoria because he knew that Drake was gonna sue.
Because I'm sorry. I'm an older person according to y'all, but I still feel younger.
How old is everybody?
I ain't gonna tell because I'm gonna let you.
I'm 29.
300.
All right. And we all in communication anyway.
300.
Yeah. I'll give you some food that I've been watching since this motherfucker was in a wheelchair.
Oh my god. You know what's crazy? Everybody talks about hold on. Everybody talks about watching Degrassi, bro. I swear to God, I couldn't even afford the second channel. Bro, I couldn't even afford the second channel to watch that shit. Like, you had to pay extra to get the fucking Nickelodeon overseas and shit.
I get my kids everything. They told me about this little.
I swear to God, bro.
And I said I ain't like them. I said I ain't like them then.
waste my time. I wasn't gonna waste my time on these high school kids. I'm watching.
He wasn't even a good actor. He wasn't even a good actor.
Hold on. But the song that we're covering is Euphoria, based off a show he directed about high school kids too. Ain't that crazy?
Exactly. That's Euphoria. That's the HBO show with the Zoe girl and all them people. And it was all about kids getting high and having all kind of potential.
But what's crazy is that, hold on, and y'all don't even want me to talk about Drake's.
Very good.
Look, and I'm gonna tell him. There was a video that I made about Drake's Euphoria casting agent that he had hired named JV8. And in that video,
I'm
right?
gonna say this, and it might sound random.
Go ahead.
Into YouTube, I don't even know we coming into it or not. But I'm gonna tell you some real stuff, and that's when I started to really get into Drake. One of my youngest children came to me talking about I needed to watch Euphoria. And to me, Euphoria was of the devil. Okay, the show.
Right.
The show. And then, because what goodness did you see out that show?
Nothing.
I've never seen it, but it has Sydney Sweeney. She's from Washington, so shout out her.
Oh, boom. And that's a whole
You don't want to talk about the Blue Jean commercial right now. It's too late for that.
No, I will go there. Okay.
I see it, right.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying she
No, I get you. Yeah. I didn't know that though. I didn't know that.
I had to expose yourself to that show. It was all about and the bill even put out the connections in between the people that were sending out and bringing in people into the show.
Yeah, the casting agent named JV8.
All about young people getting drug addicted and getting into all kind of crazy situations.
You know what's crazy?
I never heard.
You know what's crazy? When I was covering that story, they took AK's channel down for a week. After we covered that story,
yes, they did. I was there. I remember because the bill was telling. Because we went all the way into Instagram. The girl that was in. I remember. I was there. Yeah.
That shit was spooky, bruh. We started looking. I'm gonna tell you, bruh. We started looking at. This is before Not Like Us. We started seeing shipping containers, and all that shit, bruh.
It was before Not Like Us.
That shit was crazy, bruh.
It was right at the time that Ebony Prince popped in with the glove and everything.
This shit was crazy, bruh.
Yeah. And we went down the rabbit hole on that shit. Yes, we did.
Hell yeah.
I know you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Hell yeah. That shit was crazy.
There should only be one person in the courtroom right now.
You know, but it is.
Who?
And I'm just saying this because I think I'm the oldest person in this room. Everybody trying to shade out. Drake thought he got a good click in because he was in that Disney Nickelodeon shit.
Right.
So he thought he had a baby daddy. Okay. The baby daddy, the order is getting ready to die. That's why Kendrick keep talking about watch the party die. Okay, we're in a whole different moonless and everything. Everything's about to get exposed.
Let's look up that shit.
Trying to hold on.
Let's look up the lyrics because what does he say? Watch the party die. He says, "Dear God, keep these away from me. Keep these people away from me." I remember that shit. He said, "Dear God, give me life. Dear God, give me peace. Dear God, keep these people away from me." And it's like, damn, bro, you're right. And he's like, pocket watching. You must be the police.
People thought it was a joke, but you have to listen to the lyrics. You have to know the history. Okay, that's why K-Dot didn't say shit for a whole fucking long time. Because he's not part of this party. He's not. He was introduced to the party and he called him out. The fakest hip hop artist out of them all. Right.
Real quick, and shout out Lamar for the $20 donation. W Lamar in the chat, y'all. He said for the Drake movement. Yeah. Let's go, man. It's not Kendrick Lamar, but it is a Lamar, y'all. I wish. Let's go, man. W, man. Shout out Lamar.
Yes.
Were you guys all able to catch the GNX story?
Any of y'all went to the GNX? Y'all tell me y'all's experience, man.
I remember the battle started right around the time that the bill came out with the Black Prince shit. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because remember when it first started, K-Dot ain't say nothing for a long time, but he started getting the Ebony. I'm saying he's a good person or anything like that. I'm not repping him, but the timing is everything.
He got the picture for Meet the Grams. I mean, that was the whole. You see,
it was a progression.
Yeah,
that's why the judge is right.
Yeah, they're lucky, and that's bro. And let me just say this real quick: they are very lucky that Ebony Prince is not being involved in this case. Let's just
and it's very
say that.
Ebony Prince stopped his stuff and he showed his stuff like I like some stuff, but I'm not all the way in it. You think I see him as a person, and I'm not into.
Hold on, who said that? Hold on, who said that? Who's speaking? Y'all, no, let me hear you, bro. My bad. LP, what'd you say?
You think that's not by choice?
Not insurance?
But the universe always takes time for information to come out. Okay?
Just everything. He's trying to grasp on anything he can. So I'm pretty sure.
In my opinion, this is just my opinion. Ebony Prince's stuff went out once the pop out came out, and once he was able to show where the glove and the earrings and everything came out.
That thing shirt.
Yeah, the shirt. Yeah.
And the prescriptions. You know.
Yeah. Hold on. I can't say it. But yeah, I see it.
Well, you didn't know about the prescription?
No, I knew, but I can't say the name of the prescriptions on YouTube. No, but go ahead.
I saw the prescriptions.
It start with a O though. It start with a O, y'all. Y'all know. Y'all saw.
A couple of letters. It had the R's.
A little bit.
Remember,
because I was scooter at home, okay? Because I always told my kids I never liked that portrayed wheelchair man. Okay, I always I have a deep belief in if you're really true to yourself, that you will be able to understand the spirits that come within it, and that's why I chose to follow the bill, because he saw the same spirits I saw, and I could go to my own rabbit holes, and I could do my own things too.
Your own research, yep. So, I see it. Yep.
Yeah. You know, it don't have to be on the same path he went in, but I can go on my own stuff, and it'll be the stuff that I do for me.
And let me ask everybody else, and I appreciate that so much. Let me ask everybody else at this point that we move forward from everything that we found and everything that we've kept alleged up until this point. How do you feel how UMG will move forward? Do you think that they'll ever bring up Ebony Prince? One mic. Let's keep it one mic, and then we'll go down the road.
No more. It's not about UMG no more. That's a tantrum.
Okay, and then King Hammer, let's go. Let's hear Hammer's perspective. Let's go.
Breach of contract.
Breach of contract?
Breach of contract.
Drake.
He is mad that Kendrick ain't say shit.
No, but Drake.
Hold on, one mic. Go Hammer. Let's hear it.
With Drake connected to UMG, within his contract, more than likely, I'm just going to keep it alleged, more than likely there's going to be a qualifying print where you cannot take legal action against us as we are your, how would you say, loss and handle
right.
any and all assets that are linked to you. now that you have reached contract, not only will you not be getting any more funding. Next month, and we're going to be seeing the ugly side to this man. And I want to say, just be prepared to record some videos because I know I'm going to be.
Wait, so let me tell you this. You think that after all of this is said and done?
Because I want to build.
Hold
I
on.
want to build on King because I have been talking about two people because I'm from the 90s, okay, so I know about the contracts and how they built up. So I really like how you got that conversation.
Yeah.
Because the reason being is because once you're tied to a business, you are now their asset. Now, once that asset becomes, I'll say, defective or unusable, it is now not your responsibility. They're fired. He's going to keep, like right now, he has not gotten the number one because of the fact that not only is his music not hitting,
right,
but his character has been tarnished, and there is no way of saving it, especially when you're going against your own
because the contract has been differentiated. It's not the same thing. I'm not trying to disagree. I'm just trying to give you some history. Okay.
Now that the contract has been breached, it is now void.
Can I speak?
Our responsibility to you is now done. Go ahead, bro.
LP, go. LP turn. LP turn, y'all. Go for it, bro.
But listen, that's what him and his fans aren't realizing. He's an aging artist.
Right.
It's not the fact that his old shit ain't never popped. It ain't the fact that his new shit pop is not as good, which is no, that's a fact to me and y'all.
Right.
But at the same time, he's an aging artist. People looking for something new. And then this man hasn't been new since 2016, 17.
Yeah, probably since Views.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's around the time of Views and all of that shit, like Hotline Bling and shit like that.
He's putting out. That shit is fucking trash. And you think if I'd give you $400-something million, and every time you drop a song, you tell somebody go to sleep in the studio, man, nigga, no, I'm on your head. What did
Grainge and being his baby daddy started because everybody was like, why is he getting popped when nobody really is messing with his views?
But at the same time, look, okay, nobody messing with views. What? That's what UMG trying to get in the damn queso because we feeding you. It's like the damn kids. It's like the kids that grew up in the suburbs, but then when they come out and
Bro, how'd you do it, bro? Hey, he said.
We all on the same page with this shit,
outsideness. Come on, dude.
It's not even about being mad. It's not about being a fan or none of that shit. It's about money. It's about the real stuff.
Look, let that man grow up. Y'all turn him to goddamn a boy wonder for real because he never stopped being a boy. Let him in from the man.
That's the whole beat. That's the whole beat. He never grew up.
Oh my god.
Let that boy be a man. Hey, look, I'm from the 80s. And I'm from the 80s. Well, what Michael used to say, hey, boy is a white racist word.
No, it's not. No, hold on. I'm from the 70s, okay? And what I'm talking about is specific Chad. Now, if he wants to be part of us, okay? If he really wants to be part of us, he understands that being a boy means that we want him to be bigger. Okay? I know how to
We don't want him. He's good. Keep him where he is.
Okay, so I don't want anybody trying to.
Make sure y'all get the likes up, y'all. I appreciate everybody is in here. Thank you so much. Type of one if you can hear me, y'all. Everybody type of one if you can hear me. Just want to make sure that everybody is in here. 1 second, y'all. I just got to break this down for the people. I appreciate everybody that's in the building, everybody that's participated at this time. Right now, we're coming at the closing of the live. I've been it's almost five hours, bro. I haven't been live in 5 hours in a minute now. But we're feeling good, bro. We just read a whole document. I read probably this live. The first 2 hours was just me reading a document, and then we just got an upload of Lucian Grainge's response to the request. So if we're already out of our element, bro, it's 4 a.m. where I'm at. So the fact that we have 500 people spending their time in here, bro, I am much appreciative of it currently. I had to deafen just to say that because I didn't want to cut anybody off, but I am thankful for everybody taking their time to be in here and everybody that has the courage to step up here. If you're ever able to just participate in the Discord or want to tap in future efforts or now, you could do so at this time.
Doing that.
Look, y'all, I appreciate everybody that's tapped in. We're going. No, you're good, bro. Don't worry about it. We're going 4 hours into this live. Everybody clap it up for everybody that participated. I'm pretty faded, y'all. I'm about to get off right now. Clap it up, y'all. I appreciate everybody that's been in the building. Bro, look, I swear to God, bro.
You can't see it, but I'm clapping hard.
Nah, y'all did good, man. And everybody make sure y'all subscribe to King Hammer. Make sure y'all subscribe to J-Tom Reactions. I appreciate Diamond Dozen for tapping in. Shout out Big Zo TV. Everybody that's in the building, bro. I appreciate everybody that is here, bro. Shout out to Eternity, King Hammer, LP, and Marcel, my Slack, bro. W's in the chat for all of them, bro. Choo!
I'm a little drunk right now, but shout out everybody.
Okay.
I got you, bro. Nah, I'm faded in a motherfucker too, bro.
I hate drinking that shit come up.
You know what? What's the time we had to talk on that? You know, we had to talk on that.
Great. I love it.
Hey, look, I enjoy talking to you though.
I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all take care, bro.
We can talk separate from the.
Hell yeah, I'll hit y'all back, man. I'll hit y'all back off this live, bro. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, man. I love y'all, bro. I appreciate y'all. So look, y'all. Woo, man, I've been live for a minute, bro. Hold on. Oh my God, bro. Oh, woo! Round of applause, y'all. We did it. Remember to drink water. You're right. I gotta drink water. We got 500 people in this motherfucker. We're about to go 5 hours deep, bro. This is a crazy live, yo. Shit, I'm just at this point, man. I appreciate everybody that's participated. Shout out to King Hammer. Shout out everybody who's in the chat currently. Shout out to Ray Bay. Shout out to Josh, Zenus Forest 7. Shout out to Wendy, Hammer, Wendy, Miss Kia, Mansa. Shout out to In the Pocket, bruh. It's good to see you, man. Day one since A1. I really love when people tell me, shout out Eternity. She was going in tonight, y'all. Big shout out to Eternity. Big shout out to Lamar for the $20 donation. Shout out to Treble for the $75 donation, bro. Big shout out to Treble. Thank you so much, Treble, from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you so much. Words can't even comprehend. As well as you, Lamar, as well as LP, man. LP was in there. He was donating. He was participating. Big shout out, and I appreciate him taking his time and effort to be in the Ville, bro. It means a lot to me. Shout out to Popular Thug 29 for the $10 donation. I appreciate you so much. Words cannot describe how I feel, man. Thank you, Zenas. I appreciate it. LP said, "You lied." Funk Flex Voice. Chris Stay for the $25 donation. W. Chris Stay in the building. WLP again. LP was hitting the donation button nonstop, and so was Zenas for always the endless support as a moderator and a supporter of the channel. W. Zenas again. WD for showing some love tonight. First donation from D, and it was tonight as well, y'all. I appreciate it so much. Shout out to Torture Talk as well for showing support, and also shout out Big Zo TV, and big shout out to Dime a Dozen, bro. I used to listen to Dime a Dozen as a kid, or like not as a kid. We were kind of like, you know what I'm saying, but like growing up, listening to Capital Steez, Pro Era, Dime a Dozen, Absol, Kendrick Lamar. So always crazy how this, they say in full circle. It's a full circle. Just having Dime a Dozen in my chat, bro. I used to listen to him all the time. Shout out to Eric for the $20 donation. W Eric in the chat, man. W Eric. Shout out everybody that's commenting now. W Rita, W Manta again, bro. Ray Bay, I see you. Shout out to Jean or Jean for the $10 donation. They said, keep doing your thing, bro. Shout out to Heartbreak Kid for the $5 donation. Heartbreak HBK, man. Super kick that like button, y'all. Don't forget to super kick the like button for me, bro. I appreciate it. And shout out to the biggest donation at this time with Clifford, dog, with the $50 donation. And he was the one that told me to check the chat because around that time, Lucian had updated the UMG lawsuit. So if it wasn't for Clifford, we probably wouldn't have known about the update. So big W to Clifford for the biggest donation and probably the biggest message for tonight's stream. Big W's, bro. Big shout out to Anissa. Thank you, Anissa. I appreciate you so much. Said keep on connecting the dots. I'll do it, man. They don't call me K. Don't call me K dot. Call me J dot. Call me J dot. You're gonna call me J dot from now on, bro. Because we connecting the dots from this day forward. Shout out to Mansa for the $5 donation. W Mansa, man. I appreciate you so much. Heartbreak Kid again, bro. Just kept showing some love, man. Endless support. Thank you, man. Alberta in the building. We appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you as well, Alberta. I appreciate you as well. And everybody that's in here, Josh, Lee Entertainment Channel, I appreciate you. Shout out Ray. Shout out the Don0516. Shout out the Scholarly Savage, bro. The Scholar in the building. Furry Beat Productions. You know I see you. W all donations. Shout out Miss Kia. Man, words cannot explain how grateful I am. And just to show y'all, bro, how appreciative I am. Coming soon. I'm hoping to do something to where we could, shout out somebody from the channel. I'll figure something out. But if you're new to the channel, make sure you sign into the Patreon. Everything will be pinned to the comment section of the recent video that I dropped. So make sure you go check that out. And I love y'all, man. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. I'm going to go to sleep. Love y'all, man.